So last we left off, you guys decided to go to Deadwood and fail every single possible one of your rolls, so that the murder mystery that you stumbled upon was deemed pretty much impossible to do anything about. And so you decided to walk in giant concentric circles around the town, looking for graves to rob and harassing poor widowed women.
I wish you'd stop lumping all of us in with Perrin.
Some people decided
no
to
kidding.
some people decided to touch corpse. Other people decided to just kind of like stand around.
And some flattened corpses.
And yeah, that was
Some skeet
basically
count
the
people.
entirety of last session.
My favorite part is the part where somebody had their way with the corpse.
That was
'cause,
pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that happened.
that was pretty hot.
Wait, somebody had their way with a corpse?
You were
Yeah,
there.
Brandon.
Yeah.
The names had been changed for their protection. You didn't need to blurt it out.
I'm blurting it out anyway.
Oh
been
my god,
blurted.
that's
I
awful.
don't care. Sarkesh enjoyed that corpse.
Probably.
Ew!
There you go.
So,
You heard it.
That corpse
Um,
face off.
We're gonna try and do a thing this session, which will be interesting, in that there is everything will be said in character, unless you're specifically addressing me, or specifically as in start the statement by saying, "Hey Zach," followed. That way there will be no confusion about anything being in or out of meta.
Hey, Richard. Let's see how well that goes over.
Oh, it's gonna go over great, because I'm just gonna start punishing you guys for not following it. As that guard who walks by just goes, "What the fuck are they talking about?" Oh, well, I guess they're witches. Alright, so. Let us begin. As last we left off, Helasia and subsequently Johan found themselves staring out of what's his fuck-its cabin with the witchery people all around it. It is not in that one. Where are my lists? Where are my lists? There we are. Zana's cabin, as skeletons began to erupt from the ground. I would like Helasia and Johan to go ahead and roll initiative for me. Actually, everyone go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh. Hey, everyone, change your names.
Wow, Zach, way to be
I,
the worst.
I am, in fact, the worst.
Woo! Natural one!
Changed my name.
That's a strong start.
That can happen.
Vel never gets to go!
This is gonna be fun.
I actually wonder if there's a rule for getting a negative
Really?
initiative.
I don't know.
At least Vel, I know I don't have to change.
Does that
You're
mean-
at initiative 0. You lose a turn every other turn, because fuck you, that's why. Alright, so Sarkesh was a 7. Perrin was a 3. Zach, who isn't a person who plays this game, or a person in this game, apparently on the ball. There's 14.
It was you for once.
Perrin's
Even better hearing that taunt twice.
It doesn't say anything.
Maybe
for
you should
initiative.
just get better headphones.
I can't hear him, so.
Oh. Alright, I don't know why I double put that. Ha 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 ha, cackle, cackle, cackle. Alright, so. Helasia. Johan. Everybody else. Welcome to the combat screen.
Yeah, actual combat screen.
Yay, this will happen incredibly rarely. Because it takes a long time for everyone to do shit. The rule of initiative is still in effect. Don't take too damn long. So, Halasia, you get to go first as you are currently the first person in the surprise round. Go for it. What are you going to do? You see initially that first skeleton erupting from the ground.
I'm going to pull out a spear and, well, grab a spear and throw it at the first skeleton.
Alright, go ahead and roll it.
So I just click on the spear, right?
That should be what you do. Alright, you miss. Is there anything else you would
Joy!
like to do with the rest of your turn?
Yeah, I'd like to move further away from it. And Johan, there's a skeleton over here. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm pretty sure the dead aren't supposed to be walking.
Go ahead and use the ruler to indicate to me where you'd like to move. There?
There, if possible, yeah.
Okay, that is totally possible for you. Johan, it is now your turn.
Okay.
You have also
What
seen...
do I see?
You can see these three skeletons pulling themselves from the dirt below. They're
Okay.
wearing very tattered, beaten up armor and leather, and they appear to be wielding effectively short sword length metal weapons.
Okay. And just to clarify, these three to my right, correct? Not that one?
Yes, you can see any of them that aren't blocked by a cabin.
Okay. Oh, so it is. Okay. My apologies. Anyways, I am going to pull out my quarterstaff and rush the one up north point if necessary. That one.
Okay. That's...
And
You want to go there?
sure, I'll go there.
Okay.
And I will attempt to two-hand whack it with my quarterstaff.
I believe in you.
I don't, but thank you.
Let's see if Roll20 still hates us all. Oh, it doesn't. Congratulations, you hit.
Okay.
Good for you, buddy.
And it's the one on the right, correct, for two-handed when I do the damage?
I don't know. I've never done it, so...
Okay. Oh, I guess it only rolled once. Whatever. Okay, good. It did. It rolled on the d8.
Okay. So 5
Okay.
damage.
Yeah. And I'm going to...
And, oh. Why doesn't it tell me that? Quarterstaffs are bludgeoning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oops. Go ahead and do anything else you want to do for the rest of your turn. You have
Okay.
10 feet of movement left.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
going to flurry of blows.
Okay.
So,
Burn a key.
burn a key. So 1, 2.
Alright. 2 hits. Very good. So you run up to the skeleton immediately, and with a very quick move, you deftly crush its shoulder in with your bow staff and pull your fist up to meet it in its chest with your second blow. And after that, it just shatters in front of you, falling to the ground.
And I'll end my turn.
All right. It is time for Johan. Actually, no, I was incorrect. Johan, it is still your turn.
Oh. Oh, right.
That was the surprise round.
Okay.
I like that it puts Veltari at the top, even though she's at 0.
Good.
No, you go to the bottom, Veltari.
So it's my turn again?
It is your turn, yes.
Okay. So that is...
Damn it. Come on. There we go.
Sad. So sad. Okay. I can't make it far enough to attack him, so I will... I'd like to run here, if it'll ping.
What's
If it'll
your
ever-
You want to run there?
Yeah.
What's your maximum speed?
40.
40? Okay. Thank you. Ding. Anything else?
Why not? I'll throw a dart at it. The one
Okay.
closest to me.
Go for it. You hit. Look at you with all these high rolls.
I know. It's all wasted on the one that can't hurt me.
7 piercing.
And critted the damage. Not the, attack roll, but
Yeah, you rush forward, you fling your dart as you're running forward. It hits, but just kind of glances it. Doesn't seem like it's very affected by it, but you did, in fact, hit the thing. Congratulations. Alright, so now it's the spoopy, scary skeleton's turn. That one will move. Also move. Also move. This one will move over to Halasia and attack. And miss. In case you're all wondering, the blue signifies windows, and this is the window that is currently open on the bottom left of the cabin. That was the
Okay, it's
one
the
in
only
which
window?
that was the one in which Johann and Halasia broke into the cabin initially with. All the other windows are shut. This one. Will move and attack Halasia. And what's your AC?
Ten.
It hits. Ba-ba-ba-bum. It is this thing. This thing. Deal the damage. Can I just click it? Okay, good. It deals 5 piercing damage to you.
Okay.
Let's see. Other skeletons. There are 2 more, I believe, that haven't done anything. So this one's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And attack Johann. It rushes forward, and as it is apparently just horrified of having seen Johann beat the crap out of its other friend and then rush forward and throw, it attacks, and Johann deftly, with his staff, whips at the wrist of the skeleton, sending its sword careening into the air.
Hey, Richard. I'm unstoppable today.
Apparently. The other one will do the same thing. And it rolls a... What's your armor class?
It is 15.
It hits
Okay.
and deals 5 piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that always does 5 because that's how the game is set up. So it'll always just do 5 if it hits, I believe. I don't think
Okay.
I don't think it actually rolls.
It shows 1d6 plus 2.
I know, but I'm pretty sure they're doing it the way that the DMG does, because that's what you have to put in, and then it just does the
Oh.
fast count instead.
Got it.
Because both of them have been 5s. We'll do it again, and then if it's another 5, we'll just assume it's doing that. Anyways, Halasia, it's your turn again.
Alright, I'm gonna attack with my scimitar to the one directly, this
Below
one.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it. A 12 does not hit. Is there anything else you would like to do?
There's not really much places I can move, so no.
Okay. Sarkesh, you hear this commotion outside. You actually probably haven't heard anything from Johann's side of the house, but you've more than definitely heard metal upon metal from Halasia, her direction, and the yell of the skeletons.
Is there a fast route for me to get outside through the back?
You could break through a window.
Is there a big enough window for me and my shield to get through?
Yeah. I'm gonna say you're gonna have to take a dexterity test to get through it if you would like to do that. Essentially, without cutting movement. Otherwise, you can get out the window, but you're just gonna be there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the dexterity check.
Okay, roll it up. Hell yeah! Make it all the way through that
Oh,
window. Window
I
doesn't do
just-
shit.
Ooh.
So you're there. You've used 20 feet of your movement.
Okay, let me check my distance. We got 30, so at least I can get up behind Halasia. Yeah, I'm gonna get behind Halasia and make sure nothing comes up behind her while she's fighting, and try to get the attention of the other one.
Okay. How do you go about trying to get the attention of the one to your left?
Slamming the sword against the shield
Okay.
usually attracts everything else.
Perrin, you're still in Zana's bedchamber. Zana is in front of you. The orb's still floating above his eye. What do you want to do? You've now heard the shattering as your paladin breaks through. Richard forgot a thing, so go ahead and describe to me what you're doing while I remember things.
If I move into this spot, would I be able to attack that skeleton?
No,
No. I have to get all the way to here and then attack.
you have to get it outside, yes. You could try and, if you have a ranged weapon, you could attempt to shoot through the window.
Move out. Attack. He seems to be doing okay over here.
Not that your character knows about that.
It's true. I only know about this.
Yep.
And 20 feet is just how far I can move to, so. Alright, I guess we'll try to go out the window then.
Alright.
Since that window's open, do I still do a dex roll, or?
No, you're just climbing through the window. You're fine.
Okay, cool. And I guess we'll attack this one.
Okay. Roll it up.
Turn into. What do you do again? Oh, that's the fear spell.
Gary's
Never mind.
people. They run
Never
away.
mind. We'll just attack. Spells. Spells. I can't do that. Okay, then we just attack. Cool. So attack the one in front of me, and Warhammer.
That does not hit.
Okay. Right, because I changed the rolls. Alright.
We're gonna go ahead and say that the Witchers are gonna go now. Upon all this commotion, you can hear, everyone can hear, the bellowing voice of Lady Maria as she calls out, "Defend the cabin, girls!" And you can hear the other two Witchers moving towards the windows. Vel, you can actually see all of this because you're still in the cabin. And one's gonna move there. The lady's going to move there, and this one's gonna stay where she is. Viltari, it is your turn.
And real quick, just because she didn't tell you, she can't actually use the ruler or anything from her tablet. So anytime she needs to point, she's gonna have to do it through me. So if you wouldn't mind giving her an extra second or
that's
two.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do much through my thing because it freaks out if I so much as try to scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Just a sec.
While she's deciding on stuff, for everyone else's knowledge, the diagonal is a 1 to 2, so every second diagonal you move, it adds another 5 feet to your movement, essentially. So this is 5 feet, but this is actually 15 on the purple ruler. It doesn't, you can't show that in the game. Roll20 won't do that, but just so you all know, that's how that works. Cause math. Maybe someday I'll get pro, and then I can have the API, and then I can put it into the game. That's expensive.
Maybe something.
All right. For the record, she's thinking about moving up here and using Witch Bolt, but she has to check and see if it has the range.
Okay. Should be 60 feet.
Wizard, right?
Is it? She says it's 30. What's this deck like? Can
It's just a small deck about a foot off of the ground. It doesn't have any
Okay.
like railings or anything around it.
okay, so she could move here.
Yes.
Okay, so that would put you in range for that if you want to move up here. Okay, so she's moving here.
Okay.
And I'll let her take over because she knows how to speak.
All right.
I'm moving up there, and I'm gonna shoot the one at the corner of the house. Cabin.
All right. Can you roll as well, or no?
I can, it's just, I won't lie, it's pretty hard, so it'll take me a second.
Well, Zach, you can roll if you
God
would.
damn it.
I mean, if you want to go faster, Zach could just roll a d20 for you, if you know your modifier and stuff. Or you can roll. Either way, it's all good.
That was wrong, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
I
the
don't know.
damage. You rolled just damage, not attack roll. Unless Witch Bolt auto hits, which I don't believe it does.
Doesn't.
I don't think
no,
it does.
no, she has to attack roll.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter anyway.
All right, so your witch ball careens through the air. You fire quite wide as you're just kind of stunned as you exit the building, and you see all of these abominations unto nature. And in your panic, you just fire an arcing purple bolt into the night sky. Even though it's not night yet, it's actually just afternoon. Johan, what do you want to do?
All right. Which one was the one that I had thrown the dart at? Out of
The one to your
curiosity?
right.
The one to my right? Okay. I am going to attack that one with my quarterstaff.
Okay, go for it. You hit.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Okay.
I believe, yeah. You reel back your quarterstaff and you smash into it, shattering it across the ground at your feet.
Okay. And I'm going to flurry of blows the one behind me, or below me, whichever.
Go for it.
Okay.
That one misses.
Did it only roll once on you?
That only rolled once for me.
Okay.
They both miss.
Okay.
So, though you've done quite well at annihilating another skeleton, you move, and this one seems oddly nimble to you as you attempt to kick and punch at it, but it moves out of the way in time. We'll start with the one that you just attacked, who will attack back in return.
What a nice guy.
What a
Just swell.
positive guy who misses. He's sad. He's sad about the missing.
Yeah. Not that nimble, apparently.
No.
Although
I mean-
so far we
I
both
mean,
attacked each other twice and we both missed twice.
He's nimble, but you know your defenses are just unpenetrable. Like, yeah, you're doing good dodging too. Oh right, I need to give me 1 second so I can X this guy out so I don't get confused because Richard gets confused quite often. The one just north of Vel is going to rush forward and attack Viltari. And that one hits. Because I believe that your AC is below 21. Oh, it does roll
Oh,
it.
that's right. I can set his ass on fire.
Oh, you can after now. You take 6 damage.
Okay.
Is that a reaction?
Yes.
Then if you would like to do it, you can set his ass on fire.
I would like to set his ass on fire.
Alright. Can you... Or I'll look it up, I guess. How that works exactly.
It should be like 3d8 of damage. I'm going to
Yeah,
look it up
it's
now.
not on my stuff, so I have no idea.
You have the fucking book right
That's
there.
right. God damn it. Where is it?
It's hellish
It's so
rebuke,
great
right?
listening to you two in the same room, Brittany and
Yeah.
Zach.
Is it though?
Yes, it is.
It gets a dex saving throw or takes 2d10 fire damage.
She's using it as a second level spell, so it's actually 3d10.
Okay. It fails its save, so go ahead and roll 3d10.
Do you want me to just roll that for you?
It'll be easier. Besides, you have good luck.
Yeah, wait until.
All
it's
ones. Oh, that
Close
wasn't-
enough.
That wasn't terrible, at least. Could have been worse. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit.
I'm sure I would have rolled all ones.
So yes, as it attacks you, Vel, and cuts into your armor, you reach back and grab onto its chest, setting the skeleton aflame. And that was 7 damage.
Now it's a fiery skeleton.
Now it's a skeleton on fucking fire, so it's free game.
Johan got that reference.
No, it actually doesn't set anything on fire. It just instantly flashes them with fire. Okay. Good to know. This skeleton, who I believe is still going to be out of the game until the next one, right? 20... Oh, no, he can make it. Gets to Sarkesh. He's going to attack Sarkesh, who has taunted him thusly. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
19 AC.
I'm aware.
Okay.
He misses. So sad. This one ba-ba-ba-bum, is going to move here, and it is going to attack Halasia. And it hits for 4 piercing damage. The next skeleton below Halasia is also going to attack. And it also hits. Wow, Halasia's just getting fucked by this. For another 6 damage.
My hit points are at 0 now.
Alright, Halasia then drops to the ground after being battered twice. Oh, for future reference, if you guys could tell me your hit points, because it does, like, the way that the game's set up is that you're not actually supposed to start taking physical damage until you're at half HP, and then I'm supposed to start describing, like, cuts and stuff appearing on you. So, anyways, Halasia drops down to the ground. And that's gonna be, this thing. We'll make a red dot. The last skeleton that can attack will attack Perrin. Oops. And I believe your AC is above that, so it misses. Bringing us to Halasia's turn. Hale, if you would not mind rolling a death saving throw for me.
What is it again?
It's, you just click on death save, and it's a d20. Or you can just roll a d20, and then anything of 11 or higher is good. Alright, you get 1 life token. Good job.
Woohoo!
Sarkesh, what are you up to?
I quickly turn around and scream at Perrin to duck, and then I use burning hands over him, blasting the two skeletons behind him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll
Right.
that.
It's a dex saving throw.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to click that.
No, that's fine. It's good for me to be able to read it too.
Perfect distance, too.
All right, Perrin, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw with advantage. And what's the AC on the saving throw?
The AC...
At least you rolled with advantage.
Yep.
I'm not seeing it.
It
Go
should
to your
be.
spells.
It should be on your spell list on the left side, leftmost.
It'll say spell save DC.
I'm looking for it.
Should be around about 13, I think, for you. 12 or 13. Actually, no, it's got to be. Actually, I don't remember if paladins use charisma or not. Because if it is charisma, your fucking DC is
It's
super
a
low.
10.
Okay, so it's 10.
Yeah. If they do manage the saving throw, they only get about 1d6.
No, you still roll the 3d6. We just have it.
Okay.
So roll 3d6. Alright, Perrin, you take 6 damage. And skeletons. The skeletons duck just as fast as Perrin, and they also dive under the majority of the flames, but some of them end up, or they both end up still getting hit a little bit as well.
Sorry, Perrin!
Anything else that you want to do on your move, Sarkesh?
That was my main attack.
That was your action.
I need to find out if the... Damn it. Didn't mean to click that. Need to find out if that's a bonus action or not.
It says instant, so I don't think it's a bonus.
Okay, that's right after I use a melee, so never mind. Okay, the last thing I'm going to do is attract the one that was fighting Halasia to me to where I can fight 2 of them instead of just 1.
Okay.
Shield.
So, yeah, you just
Tapping
start
again.
screaming and beating your shield. Perrin, that brings us to you. What do you want to do?
Let's see. Spells. I forgot I had these new ones. Damn it. I can't do that because I don't have the component. Getting bolts. Right. Nope. Okay. We're just hitting things. So we'll go ahead and attack the one in front of me again.
Okay. That hits. Is the second number relevant in any way?
Well, I guess I didn't declare what I have. So I guess just for now we'll count the 9, but for future rolls I guess I'm holding my Warhammer with both hands.
Are you not holding your shield then? Because that affects your AC.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
Otherwise my AC is still 16.
Yeah.
So I'm too worried about that.
Okay. So 9. Yeah, you lunge forward with your warhammer, and as the skeleton's trying to adjust from getting set on fire, you just connect perfectly, crushing its skull, and it falls into a heap of bones at your feet.
Cool. So that one's dead, right?
That one is
Yep,
down. Yeah.
got 1 more.
Cool. And then I'm gonna use my War Domain, so as a bonus action I can attack again.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and attack the one to the left of that one.
Go for it.
I think I'll use my Guided Strike on that thing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
That sucks.
All right. You. It's not quite as good of a strike on this one, as it had enough time. Once it saw its friend, it got up in time, moved back, but you still connect pretty significantly to its chest, and you can see it's hurting.
It's shambling more than it already was.
Do you want to do any movement?
No.
Okay.
Stay here.
Vel, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Sorry, I'm looking at something on my sheet real quick before I do anything.
Okay. Well, seeing as you can't actually suffer from a lack of initiative, I guess you can take the time.
I can't do that. Okay, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm going to use True Strike, so next round I can attack with advantage.
Okay. Anything else that you'd like to do?
Back up a couple steps.
Okay. You want to back up how far?
To the other side of
It's-
the door.
It's gonna open. You're opening yourself up to a attack of opportunity, so you know.
Then no, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
Never mind.
Johan, what are you up to, buddy?
I am whacking skeleton guy, hopefully.
I believe in you.
Yay. Somebody does.
Hey, you whacked him.
I whacked him
damn.
good.
Look at you whacking all the people. You're whacking everybody around.
Whacking him hard.
For 5 whole damage as you bring your staff into its chest face. It's good. It's real good.
Alright. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to martial arts, I guess.
Haha! I believe in you. That's your last one, isn't it?
No, I didn't flurry of blows, just martial arts.
Oh, okay.
This is basic bonus.
Okay, you hit. Go ahead and roll damage. You whack its chest face again, and thusly it falls to the ground, defeated. Congratulations,
Take that, chest face!
valiant warrior. You have defeated its chest face this day.
And I would like to use my remaining movement action to run up alongside Vel.
You can't get that far.
I can't.
How far can you
It's only-
move?
40 feet.
30, 40,
Oh, is it half?
5, 15, 20.
15, 25, 30.
Right, see past 1. Oh, no. No, yeah, you can get to here. You can get right
Is-
there.
Oh, it's doing this stupid thing where it doesn't count correctly.
Yeah, it can't. I can't set it up without having the API. You can get to there.
Okay.
Is that where you want to go?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That way I'll be able to get there next turn anyways.
Yeah, I tried my best to get it so that I would
No,
input
that's
correctly,
fine.
but it just won't.
I just didn't know that it wasn't correct.
Yeah.
So,
Diagonals don't work right yet. Or they'll never work right until I get an API to fix it.
yeah.
Alright, skeleton turns. We'll start with Veltari. The skeleton attacking Veltari continues fussily to attack Veltari. And it connects. And deals 6 piercing damage. Vel, would you like to Hellish Rebuke or no?
I think she can only use that once per long rest, but I'm gonna look that up.
I'm pretty sure, so I'm not gonna do it either way.
Okay. Then we will move to the one that is attacking Sarkesh down here. And he will go ahead and attack thusly. And he rolls a 19. Holy shit, someone landed a
Holy
hit on
shit,
Sarkesh
someone hit me.
for 5 damage.
Hey, I'm at 22.
Oh no. This one is going to attack Sarkesh as well, as is its right. And it misses, as most do. This one is going to go ahead and attack Perrin, as is its right. Or the last one will attack Perrin.
As is the right of spooky skeletons.
And it rolled a 17. Does that hit you?
Yes.
Okay. It deals 4 piercing damage to you, as it brings its sword down across your chest. Helasia, if you would not mind taking a death saving throw. That is 1 failure.
Also, just
Is
for
it
the
really?
since you'd asked, Brittany is at 5 out of 21 HP.
Thank you very much. Alright. So you have 1 pass and 1 fail, Hale. Sarkesh, it's your turn. What do you want to do, buddy?
I'm gonna smack me a skeleton with a sword.
Alright. Go for it.
Aha!
You do, in fact, smack a skeleton with a sword.
Oops. I gotta roll damage, damn it.
Yeah.
I clicked it twice and it didn't roll damage.
You click the longsword in the chat log, not
Okay.
on your sheet. There you go.
There we go.
9 slashing. Which hurts, as I'm sure you all know. Being hit by a sword is not fun. And the skeleton reflects that. Sarkesh, is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'd like to do a Divine Smite, but I've got to figure out how to roll it because clicking it didn't do anything last time.
Well, what does the spell do?
1 second, I'll put that in chat.
Yeah, just pop it up in chat.
It'll bring me down 1 spell slot.
Okay. So you're casting it at first level?
It's
Or
Yeah,
you're casting it at whatever level. Okay, go ahead and roll it up.
1d8.
Yeah.
Splat.
Wait, didn't he already attack?
Yes.
It's an instant after my attack. It's
Also, shouldn't it be 3d8? Because you do an extra 2d8 of damage for a first level spell slot,
Mhm.
plus an extra d8 if it's undead, so it's 3d8.
Yes. Which is
Oh.
irrelevant, because the thing is already dead. But for your information in the future, it's 2d8 for the first level, and then
Okay.
1d8 any level higher you cast it.
Or if it's undead.
Yes.
Wait, it is an undead. Haha!
Mm-hmm.
Holy light banish you.
So yes, as your sword connects with its chest, not only does it feel bad because it's being hit by a sword, and being hit by a sword doesn't feel very good, as the skeleton reflects, your radiance also emanates from your blade as this fiend, this abomination unto your lord Python, is rendered asunder by his grace, and it falls to your feet. Is there anything else you'd like to
Yay.
do?
I'm turning towards the other skeleton and pulling up my shield and slamming my sword against it, making him more pissed at me.
All right. Perrin, good sir. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Just to make sure for rules, if she rolled a 1 on, or if anyone rolls a 1 on a death saving throw, it's 2 failures,
get 2
right?
failures, yes.
Okay, good. Yeah,
So
I don't
she
want
is-
that to happen.
Now possible to instantaneously die on her next save.
Alright, let's prevent that. So we'll go ahead and do Healing Word on her, which is my bonus action.
Okay. So go ahead and roll for how much hit points she recovers. 4.
Answer's 4.
So go ahead and
That.
you are now at 4 HP and you are prone, but no longer dead or dying.
What does prone mean?
You're on the
Thank
ground.
you
You have
very
to
much.
you have to stand up. You're laying
Got
on
it.
the ground. And anything that attacks you gets advantage because you're laying on the ground.
And then
Do I
I'll
have
go
to wait
ahead.
until my next turn to stand up?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess I'll go ahead and attack this one.
Go for it. Misses.
That sucks.
But you did save your ally, and you know what? You should be proud of that. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Nope, use my bonus action and my normal action, so out of things to do.
You could move and provoke an attack of opportunity if you felt like it.
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, Val, what do you want to do?
I'm shooting the skeleton
With a what?
with Witch Bolt.
Alright, go for it. Roll it up.
In the chest face.
Alright, you hit.
Next round, yeah. No. I don't think so.
Roll damage.
Working on it.
Okay, thanks.
Make it hurt.
9 whole damage of damage. And with that, you arc Fey energy into a beautiful purple and black lance, and it lacerates your opponent and it falls to your feet. Is there anything else you would like to do? You are now free to move about the country.
Can I go anywhere but here? I don't like here.
Oh, right, I forgot to mark that down.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over to the edge of the house where Zach was pointing. Like a spaz.
So, there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Um... Johan, go ahead and roll perception for me. Okay. You
20.
notice that the first skeleton that you have knocked down so far coalesces back into its previous form and stands up. To your dismay.
Well, I'm not having any of that shit. I would like to run back and continually beat it.
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
Okay.
Alright, you can... Yeah, you can get there. Good.
Yeah.
Whatcha? Go ahead and roll it up.
Wacha.
Ha! What do you want to do now?
But I will martial arts.
Okay. Ha! That did a thing.
Ha
Ha! Did 5 whole bludgeoning worth of things.
ha.
Alright. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I don't think there's anything else I can do, so no.
Alright. It's time for Spoopy Scary Skeletons to attack back. And it will... thusly. Wow, okay. I feel kinda bad for you, but not
I'm
really.
sure.
Alright, you take 13 piercing damage.
I am on the ground.
Oh god.
Yep, it got a crit. First roll, it's just like, you fucking beat me? Watch me beat you in one hit. Wham! And, like that, Johan spirals to the ground, and is, taking death saving throws, I believe.
I will be, just not
Yes,
this turn.
not
right?
now. Well, yeah, no, next turn, because you already took yours. That was that one. Let's see. There are those two, and it sees Sarkesh, and the other one sees...
There is one that's hitting him.
Sarkesh, roll a charisma saving throw. Or
You're
roll
kidding me.
roll charisma.
Dear sweet Jesus.
Aha!
This skeleton will attack Sarkesh. Your bashing against your shield has prompted it enough to not attack Halasia.
My charisma hates me.
I mean, unless you wanted to hit
That time it
Halasia.
worked.
No, but it just hates me.
It misses. This one that has been in the fight with Perrin will continue that fight with Perrin. And it also misses, I believe. So that takes us to Hale, who I believe your first move will be to stand up.
Absolutely.
All right.
And as far as I know, that doesn't count as my action.
No,
does
it takes away half of
Oh.
your movement.
Okay, I'm gonna use Cure Wounds on myself to try and get some more hit points up.
Go for it.
Okay. That did not work. Okay, give me a second, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Six, right?
1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
The skeletons seem pretty upset about all this that's going on. You guys think that... Ow, ow, that hurts. Alright.
Okay,
Well,
and
you restore
that's
3 health. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
yeah, I would like to move back here behind Sarkesh and Baron.
You will prompt 2 opportunity attacks if you do so.
Never mind, I'm going to stay where I'm at.
Just so you know, if anybody is within 5 feet and adjacent to you, you prompt an opportunity attack to move past adjacent to them. Even if you're not in combat, even if they're not in combat with you, or even if they're not in combat with you necessarily, they'll just be able to go, haha. So you have to run like all the way around them. It's annoying. Unless you take a feat to do otherwise. Anyways. Perrin, go ahead and roll perception for me. Before we get to Sarkesh's turn.
Down.
Okay. Sarkesh, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna take down the other skeleton.
Alright. Go ahead and roll up your attack. You miss.
Damn.
Anything else you'd like to do? Oh, no, wait. You hit. 13 is their AC. Yeah, it's rolling the crit. That doesn't count. So you deal 6 damage.
Yay, now there's slash marks on bones.
Yes. Some of its armor gets flicked away, and there's a pretty large slash mark across it now. Is there anything else that you would like to do for your turn?
Well, I'm going to ask Rocha for help because the window is open and she can hear us.
She can. Is there anything in particular you plea out, or is it just, hey, help us?
Any assistance would be greatly appreciated.
All right. Perrin, it's your turn.
Again.
You can hear some sort of muttering going on from within the building, but you can't really distinguish what it is in the kind of heat of the battle. So what would you like to do?
I don't think that's useful this time around. I guess we'll just keep attacking, so I'll go ahead and just attack that guy again.
Okay.
So, hammer.
Just missed.
Uh,
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think we'll war domain. Why not?
All right.
And hey,
Ooh, look at you. You don't have to roll damage because it's irrelevant. He had 1 HP left, but you smash the fuck
yeah,
out of that
but just out of
skeleton.
curiosity.
4.
I like that.
Crushing it into the ground as you
20
can
damage.
feel Luane's power just kind of seethe through every muscle in your upper body. There it is, red X. Vel, what would you like to do?
Um. I guess for the moment, I'm going to stay put. And I can't use Witch Bolt again, so there's nothing I can do for the moment.
Alright, you're just gonna bide your time?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the clickies. So I can fucking... God damn it, roll 20, stop it. Ah. That is incorrect. Okay, this is the one that got up, not the other one. Right, yep. Yep. That one's now witness. Alright. Johan, go ahead and make a death saving throw for me.
Gladly.
Avoid ones. Alright, good job. Success.
Thank you. I do what I can.
Okay. Go ahead and take a single failure, because the skeleton is going to attack you again.
I am surprised to hear this.
Oh my god. So you're at 1 and 1. This skeleton is gonna start making its way towards the cabin. So can someone mark that for me? Or that's fine. I can actually just continue. And skeleton near Sarkesh and Halasia is going to attack Halasia. It rolls a 17, which I didn't even decide to hide, so it hits. For 7 damage.
I get to make death saving throws again.
And Halasia again collapses to the ground.
Good damn skeletons.
Fucking assholes.
I need to
And
figure out how to beat them.
the one that just got back up will attack Perrin, as is his right. And I believe that one... Perrin, you're 16, right?
Yes.
Okay, then this one misses. You defend yourself from that. Halasia, go ahead and roll a death saving throw. Good job. You got a success. Alright. None of you are aware of what's going on from the Witchers. Perrin, go ahead and make another perception test. You can hear Lady Maria kind of like at first the muffled conversation that was happening inside the house was kind of irregular and frantic, but now you can see that, or now you can hear that Lady Maria has taken control. She's composed again, and she's attempting to get one of them to diagnose what's going on, and she's also said that Johan has fallen, and for one of the other sisters to go out. So, Kesh, it's your turn.
I'm gonna put this skeleton down with my sword or holy light. One of the two. This is gonna happen.
Alright, I believe in you. Not with your sword.
I can't roll holy light because that's a thing that I have to hit with my sword.
I didn't hit him. Oh, God, fuck.
So
I put
fuck
everything
it,
in the
it
sword.
Burns. Screw it, it burns.
You gonna try and set it on fire?
Blast it with burning hands.
Okay.
It's in a direction I won't hit Perrin this time.
Alright. How many spells do you have?
This is my last spell slot.
Okay, just checking. So, it's a dex save, correct?
Dex save has to roll above 10.
It does not. Go ahead and roll 3d8. 14. Yeah, no, you... Outraged at this skeleton's audacity to knock down your friend who just got back up, you erupt fire from your hands, like this. And it is completely just blasted with flame and collapses to the ground in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, all I can do is either move or consecrate the bones just so they won't get back up. Because no more evil.
What would you like to do? You can move. You've already used an action.
Oh, shit.
And I believe you've already used a bonus action. So you can move.
I'm going to remain in my position and prepare for any more attacks.
Okay. Perrin, what would you like to do?
So I heard her talking.
Mm-hmm.
Am I close enough to say something to her?
Well, you can yell into the cabin. The window's open.
Lady Maria, these skeletons keep coming back up.
That was short enough. You hear from that, we're working on it, from inside the cabin.
Let's see, you're down again. You're down, and I know that, but you're too far away to do anything about it. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we get you up and stabilized. So, which one of these heals for more? 1d8, 1d4.
Pretty sure your
All right.
Cure Wounds is going to be your highest heal at the moment.
Yeah, gonna do Cure Wounds on Halasia.
Okay.
And and then that was delayed.
Alright. Halasia, you are prone, but alive again. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, with 6 wounds. Or 6 HP.
Ooh.
Wait, this is an exciting fight. Up down, up down, up down, up down.
Ah, that reminds me of last time I played. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Perrin?
I have a bonus action, don't I?
You do, and movement you can use.
That's an instant. That's an instant. And that would use a spell slot. Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Vel, what would you like to do? I don't hear either of you.
It's because I'm discussing movement with him.
Okay.
I'm gonna dash as close as I can get to Johan.
Okay. What's your maximum speed?
Yeah, my speed's 30.
So you can get 60?
Yeah,
So you could get to there.
then that's where I'm going.
Okay. There you go. Is there anything else you'd like to do? You still have your action and... Or no, you still have your bonus action. If you have anything you can do with that.
I don't think I do.
Alright. Boom. 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 You can see, as well as Sarkesh can see, some more skeletons arising from their previously destroyed state. Sarkesh, you note that the skeleton above you doesn't rise very fast. It seems almost perhaps injured. Johan, go ahead and make your death saving throw for me.
Ooh.
All
And
right.
Johan's dead.
I thought you were just at 1 and 1.
I am at 1 and 1, but it's the skeleton's turn now.
No, I know. Johan, go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw. Alright, cool. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Vel, you look horror-stricken as you see Johan's body vanish in front of you. A black, almost silken cloth seems to roll over him, and his body just kind of ebbs into the grass beneath you, the both of you, and he disappears. Little ninja man mask. Yeah, because I can't get rid of that yet.
Now you see me?
This will bring us to... Oh, Vel has moved far enough. You now notice that there is a Witcher right here. Aha! Yes, skeleton turns. This skeleton will now move over and attack at Veltari. And it hits. I believe your AC is below a 15, yeah?
She was busy yelling at me.
I was busy talking to him. What?
Your AC is below 15, yes?
Yes, it's 9.
Thank you. You take 7 piercing damage.
Ah, yes, dead.
Alright, you fall to the ground. That's that one. This skeleton goes to engage the Witcher.
But does she fall on Bobbert?
You hear an
Oh, no.
explosion and a mouse squeak. Not really. But you're all scared now. Okay. No, damn it. There. Thank you. This skeleton's going to continue to attack Sakesh. You said that you were getting defensive anyways, so I'm not going to have him do that. So instead he's just going to go ahead and attack. He misses. This skeleton's going to go ahead and... Hale, you're on the ground at the moment, right?
Yes.
Perrin, is there anything that you would like to do to attempt to negate the skeleton from attacking the easiest target? Or are you just going to let that happen? This is just like a verbal kind of a thing. You can't take an action or anything. Are you trying to intercede, essentially, is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll intimidation for me.
Oh boy.
Sure.
I'm so
Stop
sorry.
it! You yell as the skeleton attacks Halacia. Holy fucking shit. And that was just enough for the skeleton to only cut off a few blossoms from the top of her head, but deal no damage.
Yay,
Motherfucker
more
rolled
flowers.
a 1 and a 3 with advantage. Wow. Poor skeletons.
It
Alright,
didn't like flowers.
Hale, it's your turn.
I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna attack the one that tried to attack me and cut off the blossoms with my club/arm thing.
Okay. Nice.
You
Rolled
cut
the
off your
damage.
flowers.
Motherfucker rolled off my cut off my flowers, and you just bring your arm down and crush it into the ground in front of you. This is pretty hurt, bro. It's pretty not happy right now, you know?
Okay,
Yes.
and that's gonna end my turn.
He's upset. Alright, Witcher's turn. None of you can see this, so it's irrelevant. Sarkesh, your turn.
First, I'm going to tell Perrin, apparently holy light seems to truly hurt them. When they get back up, they seem more damaged than before. Then I'm going to take a swing at it.
Okay, go for it. You hit. 8 damage, alright. You cut a very large swath across it, and it's staggered, but it remains on its feet and ready for combat. Perrin, what would you like to do?
I have to move to attack that one. I think that's radiant damage. And I need her to move before I can really move and do anything. So I guess we'll just cast Sacred Flame on that one.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, that sucks. But okay,
2 damage then?
I guess.
Was it an auto hit attack?
Say again?
Is it an auto hit attack?
Target.
Dex
Well,
saving
here it
throw.
is.
I got it.
Yeah.
I'm on the page. It fails, so it takes the full amount of damage.
Which is 2.
A whole 2 damage, which, oddly enough, was just enough.
It's nice.
As the flames engulf its body, it falls to the ground. Clicky. Got it. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Perrin?
Sure. Tell Halasia, get in the house. And then my turn.
Okay. You don't want to move anywhere or do anything? Alright, Vel. Alright, put a failure down. Johan? Would you mind taking a death saving throw for me?
Of course.
Alright, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Should I add a success or don't bother?
No, add a success.
Okay.
You're at 2 and 2 now, right?
2 and 2. Bases loaded.
Okay. Make an intelligence saving throw. Vel, make an intelligence saving throw. Or is it? Okay. Thank you. Vel, you, in your subconscious mind, back behind everything, you can feel a dark presence consume around your soul, and you hear, "I can protect you." How do you respond?
Oh. I don't think this is something I should be talking to.
You say in your head.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I know.
It doesn't go away, it just hovers there. Skellington turn. Skellington attacks Veltari. And it hits. You take another death saving throw. Or you take another death. Failure on your saving throws. Um. Bum. Bum. Oh, I didn't count these down, did I? Sorry. Right? I didn't count them down, did I?
Count what down?
Comment until the skeletons come back up.
No, you haven't been counting it down.
Okay.
Not in a chat that we can see, at least.
Yeah.
2. 1. I believe that is now correct, which means done. And Hale, it's your turn.
Okay, well, since that one popped up in front of us, well, in front of Hale, I'm going to tell
Oh.
Parent that I can't get into the house right now. Oh,
No, go ahead.
okay. Gonna tell Parent that I can't get into the house right now, and I'm going to attack that one with my club as well.
Okay. Roll with disadvantage. I forgot to mention that one's taking a defensive. Wow, okay, never mind.
Okay, I rolled with disadvantage, so yeah.
The club is part of your arm, correct?
Yep.
Go ahead and roll damage for me.
How do I... fuck.
Click the button. Oh, not that bad. You take 1 damage.
Well, yay.
Alright. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, nothing else.
Okay. You can hear, Sarkash, Hale, Perrin, you can hear the clash of swords and some very fierce fighting happening across the cabin. Sarkash, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna consecrate the bones.
Okay. Are you doing that with any particular spell?
I was just gonna pray on them because I don't have salt or anything, but never mind. I'm gonna go through the cabin and see if Lady Rocha's witchers need help because I can hear the fighting.
So you're going to enter the cabin, or
Yes, enter the cabin.
okay, through the window that you broke, I assume.
Through the window that I broke.
Okay. You're here, and as soon as you enter, you notice that none of them are visible to you. This door is open, and you can see, the door is open, and you can see this Witcher fighting off 2 skeletons. One of them has been destroyed at her feet, and she is fighting off the other 2. You can also hear muffled sounds coming from Zana's bed area where you were before. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna approach Zana's bed area because I can see that Witcher is currently handling herself.
Okay. You were there, so that's...
It's enough to get to the doorway at least.
Yeah, you can get to here. You peek in, and you can see one of the Witchers, the one that was previously the cleric, or that did clerical magics in front of you, kind of hunched over the bed, relaying some rite or incantation over the sphere that was hovering on Zana's eye. And you also see the lady, sword ready, armed very well, just kind of watching that very intently as you come across.
And that is my turn because that is all I can do.
All right, Perrin, what are you up to?
Let's see. That lasts up to an hour. I'm going to go ahead and cast a magic weapon on my Warhammer, which is a bonus action.
Okay.
I am going to attack that one.
Okay.
So magic There. Just wait. Put that in chat. There you go.
Get a +1. Yay.
Warhammer. Good.
Alright, you hit. 6 damage? Alright, cool.
Well, no, 11. Since
Oh,
I'm
11, right. It's two-handed. Sorry. Then yeah, you...
12 because it gets a +1 to damage as well.
That's irrelevant.
It'll be dead.
Yeah, you bring your Warhammer down as you have blessed it with magic and crush the skeleton in front of you. Vel, would you go ahead and take a death saving throw for me? As your mind fades into darkness, all you hear is laughter.
Great.
Johan, death saving throw. Intelligence saving throw. All right,
Double note.
that is your third as well, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. For you, what is left of you tearing at you, you hear, "Your friend has died. Would you save her?" And you can flash a picture of Veltari's dead body bleeding out next to yours.
I will do that which I can. And Brooke died.
Apparently Brooke died. You hear, "Would you have me save her? For you are weak."
Do what you must.
And though you can't feel or hear this, you notice that on yourself, a very large and wide smile goes over your face.
As is wont to do on Johan.
And we're gonna go ahead and wait for Brooke. And we're just gonna stew over what just happened.
Dun, 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 dun.
I guess while we wait, Sarkesh and Perrin, go ahead and make a perception check.
Crits
Yeah.
are a bitch.
Crits are a bitch. That's why you have to pretty much get people up like immediately, because one crit,
Mhm.
you're fucked. All right. Wow.
And now we wait.
Well, since this only applies to the two of you, both of you, immediately, through your holy symbols which you carry, you feel your head immediately just snap, and you look over to the towards where Veltari and the Witcher and the other side of the cabin. You immediately snap there, and you can feel this pull of gargantuan energy for a split second, and then nothing.
Well, that doesn't feel good.
Nah, it's a good sign.
It's good. Everybody's happy. Hi,
And
welcome
she's
back.
The whole party died.
TPK.
Did we really?
No. No, we were waiting for you.
Grandpa's internet dropped. I'm so sorry.
No, it's
I
fine.
noticed those two roll a perception check, though.
And they just got that explained to them. So, we are back at the Spoopy Scary Skeletons. Oh, right, this one's dead. Damn it, I click the button. Thank you. All right, so that one is there. This one is there. Really wish I had a faster way to do this. This one is the one that got back to its feet, right next to Halasia, as she is wont to do. This one will rush the Witcher, and all of you can hear quite a scream come from that side of the cabin as well. The one nearest Halasia is going to attempt to attack Halasia, because there's nothing else for him to attack. Uh, 16 hit you. 4 damage.
I'm down to 1 hit point.
Okay. It brings its sword down and it chips into the bark of you and it burns with a deep gash. Hale, it's your turn.
I'm gonna use Cure Wounds on myself to hopefully not go down.
Okay. Alright. You heal yourself for 3.
That brings me back up to 4.
Mm-hmm. Sarkesh, you see, as you kind of snapped and felt that pull and heard the scream, Lady Maria, instantaneously stiffened up, and now she goes over, grabs the sister that's praying over Zana, and throws her back to the floor, and pulls her sword back all the way, pointing it at Zana. Is there anything you would like to try and do?
I don't know if taking his life will stop it.
You say.
Yes, I'm actually saying that to her.
Okay. Okay, you say that, and you get no response as she plunges the sword through his neck.
Do I see a response from the orb?
Hold on a second. Nah, gotcha. All right. So, you see her plunge her sword down through Zana's neck, and it actually pierces so far it goes through the bed itself, and then you see her clutch to the top of the sword, and with her hand that was initially holding it, she slams down even further, nailing the sword, basically nailing him through the bed into the floor. She then looks over at you very quickly, and then the cleric, and points and says, "Destroy it." The cleric, kind of shocked at everything that's happening, gets to her feet and crawls forth and grabs the end of the sword and looks up. "My lady?" And you see her nod. Is there anything you'd like to do in reaction to this?
I'm going to try and find a way to destroy the orb.
Alright, what are you going to do?
I'm going to scream at Perrin and see if he'll throw his holy oil inside so I can use it to pour onto the orb.
Perrin, you hear that?
Sure. Because I am at the window, so.
Yep.
Do that.
You go and you toss it over. Sarkesh?
I'm going to pour the holy oil onto the orb and seeing if lighting it with holy flame will do anything.
Alright, as you move forward with the holy oil, you raise it above the orb, and as you begin to turn the vial over that's holding it, you take an athletics check. and you feel as Lady Maria grabs at you to prevent you from interrupting the rites and incantations that the Witcher is doing, but you brush it off and begin dumping the oil on, and you can hear this hiss and crackle, and sparks and flame begin to fly off of this orb. You can hear the Witcher below you frantically trying to finish her rites. And
I'm
Perrin.
lighting it with holy fire afterwards. Once it's my turn again.
Oh, it's your turn still. We're basically taking both of you in tandem. We're going to drop to Perrin after this.
Okay,
So,
I'm using just all my focus to pull flame into my hand and light it with prayers of I'm blessing the fire pretty much.
okay. You still have that available as a spell, or is that... Because I thought you said you were out of spells.
Okay, I'm pulling out a tinder and just lighting fire.
Okay.
Because I have torches.
Yeah. You pull out a tinder and you begin striking, trying to alight this fire, and as you're doing it, you're also praying. Perrin, it's your turn. You might be muted. I'm not really sure. Just can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. We'll go ahead and Sacred Flame this one.
Okay. That was a saving throw, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
dexterity. Sacred Flame.
Okay. So six radiant damage.
Yes.
All right. The flame again pours out and descends on the creature, scarring it and burning it deeply.
But it's not down.
It's not down.
Okay. One more spell I could do. I thought one of these is a bonus action. Yeah, that one is. Go ahead and do Healing Word on her, which uses my last first level spell slots.
Okay. So Hale gets 4 HP back, and that's it.
Brings me back up to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Bringing us to round 10. I'm not entirely sure why I'm doing all this, because it's not gonna last much longer. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Then,
Johan... You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna play this out the way it's probably gonna play out first, because it'll probably be irrelevant in a second anyways. Sarkesh, you're standing over this, and you finally... the oil catches flame, and the orb, so perfect, now that it's spitting off these sparks, turns to pitch blackness in front of you. And take a religion check. Holy
Wow.
fuck, bro.
damn.
Roll 20 fucking loves you today.
Apparently.
So yes, Python himself now. Effectively. You realize what the cleric below is attempting to do. The cleric is trying to essentially kill Zana to stop the orb from gaining any more energy from him. but is also attempting to keep him alive. So essentially, bring him to the cusp of death, and then raise him from it. But you fear that this magic has gone on too long, that such an indirect approach may not work. At the same time, you see that you are having only middling success pouring this holy oil on it. Even with the flames, the damage that you're incurring doesn't seem to be killing it at a rapid enough rate for it to be overwhelmed. And you can kind of feel from your holy amulet that though it was the best you could, there is no way to save Python from, or not to save Python, to save Zana from his fate. What do you choose to do?
I'm gonna finish the rites and fully kill Zana.
Okay. You finish praying over the orb, and its hiss as this continues for the brief seconds as you finish on are almost insulting to you and to your deity. You pull your sword back and, with a kind of short and reverent sigh, plunge it into the orb and Zana. And as you pull it out, everybody who's still alive gets to take an athletics check.
Including me?
Everybody?
Oh shit.
Alright.
Seems to have gone well.
You plunge the sword in, and its hiss completely vanishes, and for a split second, your sword turns black. But you feel the radiance from Python almost as though the god itself is willing you to do this because you got such an amazing religion roll. And it pushes the blackness to the very tip of your sword and explodes it out, completely obliterating it. On the downside, the concussive force of this action also levels the entire cabin and blows the rest of you 20 feet out from it. You all take 5 damage from this expeditious adventure, coming to land 20 feet away from the cabin from where you previously stood. And as you all begin kind of to rise and look around, like, what the hell just happened, you see all of the skeletons surrounding you simmer into black ash and then vanish. What do you all want to do?
Well, at least I can give Zana his final rites.
You walk back towards the cabin and begin pulling the wood away, trying to get to where the bed was. What are the rest of you doing as you all get to your feet?
I'm going to take a look around and then start heading towards the now leveled cabin to find out what happened.
Okay.
I'm taking a nap of indeterminate length.
Yes. Johan and Vel will get to you in a minute. Perrin, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go try to find Vel and Johan.
Okay. You begin, well, initially, because you can look over the cabin now. It's leveled on the ground.
Well, they weren't blown like 20 feet away.
You don't see them at all.
Okay.
We were 20 feet away to begin with, so...
You look over, and you see on the other side of the cabin the Witcher that was fighting the other skeletons, and you can see their bodies turning to ash as you look over. You can see her moving slightly as a pool of crimson kind of ebbs out from underneath her.
So she's alive. I guess I'll go to her and do Spare the Dying. Stabilizer.
Okay. You go over and you flip her over and lay your hands upon her and pray to Luin to save her and to spare her life, to seal her wounds. And as you do, you can see some of the blood that has trickled onto the ground begin to kind of come back into her body, and she falls into a catatonic state. But she is alive.
Okay.
Sarkesh, it takes only a few seconds as you start pulling through the wall for Halasia to come up to you and for Lady Maria to also begin pulling debris with you. You all continue to dig. And after a few minutes, you finally pull away to where Zana was, and you... It's an odd sight before you. Zana lay in his bed. The Witcher seemed almost as though she threw her body on top of him. Both of them, as you pull it away, begin to laugh hysterically as daylight cascades in, and you can see that Zana now has a deep gash through his face and his chest, but seems to be all right. And the other, the Witcher, she is bleeding quite heavily from her neck, but she also seems to be alive.
I'm drawing my amulet and preparing for the worst.
Okay. Hale, what are you doing as you see this?
I'm gonna take a couple of steps back because I don't trust it.
Okay. You see as Lady Maria pushes forward from you and pulls her sword back out of the ground and flips it towards the Witcher, who is now kind of like leaning back from the bed. Alana, are you all right? And she just smiles at Lady Maria and then over at Sarkesh. I've never seen anything like it. There was just light and life, and it protected us. I don't know what happened, lady, but it was beautiful. And they both kind of look at each other and begin laughing again. And she kind of walks over and taps her on the side, and she's like, "Very well. Take this man to the witchery. I'll carry back Doran." And with that, Alana kind of hoists Zana over her shoulder as Lady Maria goes and picks up her other sister. You can now hear as a clamor of city guard begin to kind of rush towards the area. They're still quite a ways away, but you can hear the clamor as they're approaching. And essentially everyone begins helping to clear any debris and save what may or may not be left of the house. Mostly everyone eventually decides to just start to basically pile everything towards the house because there's nothing to save. What are the three of you doing?
I'm gonna go. Sorry, you go first.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go down to one knee and thank my god for his assistance.
Okay.
I'm going to use my last spell slot to use Cure Wounds on myself to bring myself above 3, and then start looking for Veltari and Johan.
Alright, go ahead and roll Cure Wounds. Yep.
Woo, not a 1.
It's nice, isn't it?
That was a good heal.
Yes. Very nice. Okay, now I'm
Uh,
looking for Veltari and Johan.
Roll Perception with advantage for me.
Alright.
You walk around as everyone begins to kind of start clearing the debris away, and go to where you knew they last were. But you see neither hide nor hair of them anywhere. So, you lay your hand upon a nearby tree and instill everything you know about them, their image, their height, their weight, everything, to try and see if any of the living creatures nearby may have seen them. And you hear nothing.
Alright, after being able to not find anything, I'm gonna go to Perrin and Sarkesh, try and gather them up, and ask them if either one of them know where Veltari or Johan are.
I haven't seen them since the fight broke out.
Neither have I.
Is there a chance they may have gotten away?
That explosion could have sent them pretty far. I think we should at least continue looking for a little while. Hopefully we can find them.
Do you think we should split up or stay together, considering everything that has just happened?
Stay in eye range and earshot, and we should be fine.
Alright, I'll head off this way, and I'm going to head to the south.
You all depart, and everyone go ahead and take perception tests. Good job, buddy.
Roll20 loves this today. It's given us both ends of the spectrum.
It really is. It's a pretty intense roll 20 today. So, all of you go out looking, and you spend a half an hour scouring the countryside, trying to maintain reasonable sight lines with each other. And eventually, the two of you lose track of Perrin. He seems to just be wandering off towards the woods every once in a while. But you all decided to meet back, and as he's walking back, about 100 feet behind him, you see Johan and Veltari walking. He's completely oblivious to this as he walks back. He looks just as kind of depressingly failed as everyone else. But you all return to each other.
And Johan and Veltari are following him?
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't know? Okay, I'm gonna rush up to Veltari and ask her, where were they? That's not much of a response, Vel. Are you okay? Johan, are you okay? We were searching for both of you and we couldn't find you.
So, for your two informations, you remember nothing of what happened once each one of you fell, essentially. Everything is just blank, and you just remember waking up behind Perrin and started following him.
Okay.
That's weird. So I rolled a 1 and I was just completely oblivious to 2 people following me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm a good cleric.
Hey, you found us.
No, he didn't.
No, I didn't.
We did.
Nobody found you guys. You guys found yourselves and just followed him back.
I give them a good once over to see if there's any wounds, any bleeding, anything.
No, they seem completely fine.
Oh, should I restore max HP then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that's good for now. We still haven't figured out where the bodies have been going, but hey, we stopped a necromancy spell.
Did we?
Sadly, yes.
Is that why the cabin blew up and I went flying?
Sadly.
Yes.
Also, what the hell happened to the cabin?
That would be me.
Sarkesh,
What did you
break this time?
do?
I destroyed the orb.
How?
With praise going mainly to my god and my faith, I plunged my sword deep into the orb.
And then you broke the house. Okay. But at least the orb's defeated.
Yeah, the orb kind of at least did one final thing to send us flying.
Do you think do you think it would have stopped the necromancer?
No, that's not near enough to stop the necromancer. It just stopped the spell.
So we need to find out who this is.
Yes, we do.
Well,
I propose we go back to the castle and gain as much
Rest.
information and rest as we can on the area and the type of spellcraft used by the witches.
Just real quick, Richard.
Mhm.
They all look beat the fuck up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine, but they look terrible.
Yeah, you look exactly the same as you entered combat with.
Yeah.
I'm not
Well, I
at
was
half HP.
mainly
My
checking
armor's
about
just
that,
nicked all
so.
over the place.
Either way, in response to what Sarkesh just said, I think you guys need to go back to the castle and seek medical help.
No time. A necromancer doesn't stop until he's finished his work.
And it may be true, but if I'm being scolded, I'm sorry. It may
it's
be
okay.
true,
You were screaming at us, so.
but if you're injured, it's not going to do a whole lot of good if you're going up against the necromancer themselves.
I'm going to agree with Veltari here. I think we should go back and heal up. Maybe Vel and Johan can look into what's going on while we get healed.
All right, I'm gonna grab my horses on the way back to all our horses on the way back to the castle. I can't stay another night at the inn.
Okay. Well, before we leave, I'd like to heal everyone, but it will take some time.
I'll be
All
fine
right.
until I get to the barracks.
I would like to point out this is the first time that Perrin has attempted to heal me, and I have full HP.
Fuck!
Thought we were bros,
By the way,
man.
Perrin, thank you so
You
much
were
for
on
the
other
healing
side
throughout
of
that
the
combat.
house, and she kept going down? That controlled these things.
Laser being useless since forever.
Her vines are useful.
Don't have this in there. Gonna go ahead and cast my prayer of healing, which takes 10 minutes. So yeah,
Mhm.
go ahead.
Alright.
Whatever flavor text you want to throw at us.
Perrin begins to pray, asks any that wish to be healed to kind of just stick around nearby. And you can see as he clutches his holy icon, radiance flow out in a kind of beautiful pale green light, and it just wraps around all of the people near him, and you are healed for X amount of wounds.
Yeah. Let's see. 2d8 plus my modifier, which is 3? Okay. $18 damage.
I'm fully healed.
Beautiful. Yay.
Johan looks on
Same.
with slight frustration.
I wish I could cast that in combat.
No, because that'd be broken as fuck.
Would be.
No, he can. It just takes 100 rounds.
Yeah, you could, theoretically.
Just you and your enemy taking defensive stances.
Yeah. So now that you're all healed, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna get the
I
horses
think we
and
should
head
go
up
back to the castle and see if we can find any information.
I agree.
I think we should also give a debriefing on what happened.
I still agree.
All right, then let's head back to the castle.
I'm already halfway there.
I'm going to get the horses, then head up to the castle.
Okay.
I'm following along with Johan.
Johan, did you leave before? Or
No,
okay. So you all leave. Sarkesh breaks off to go to get some horses. Get your horses back. And for the sake of why not, you all meet together at the castle, and you just kind of wait for him for about 5 minutes. It doesn't take him much longer to get to you guys, as he was just on the main street. So you all would have walked back the same way. It's just you all. The rest of you assholes kept walking, and he was like, okay. And he untied the horses and then started following you. So you all get to the castle. Sarkesh, you find somewhere to tie them off. Kind of in a lower area that has a stable.
I'm gonna go give my debriefing to the... What was the guy's name? The right hand of the king?
The maester?
Yes, the maester.
That was Judik.
Judith.
Or
Yeah,
Judik.
I'm gonna go to his quarters and see if he's there.
He's in his quarters, yes.
Then I am knocking.
Yes, come in.
I enter and ask if he wouldn't mind waiting for the rest of my companions. We have something important to inform you if you haven't been informed by the guards yet.
I heard that there was some commotion by the graves.
Yes, there was, and I'd like all my companions to be here to explain it from all points of view.
He just nods, and then he goes into a room that's kind of, the next room over, and walks back out with a couple of glasses, which he begins to fill with a fruit kind of scented drink, as the rest of anyone who would like to be there files in.
Yeah, I would have done
Can I
that.
go in?
I think I'm just gonna go sleep.
Okay.
Sleep sense.
Baron goes to the servants' quarters and just lays down. Vel, are you going with Johan and
I'm
them?
going with them, yeah.
Okay, so everyone files in, and Judik's like, please, drink, tell me all of what happened. Did you figure out everything that's going on? Did you avenge our poor mage?
I began informing him, but I turned his drink down as I do not feel like drinking at the time.
Okay.
I explained to him exactly what I saw in as good of detail as I can without trying to be as racist as I can.
Okay.
And I'd like to see his reaction on the information.
He seems initially very shocked when you begin to describe the magics that were going on. He tells you, I've never heard of anything quite like that before. I'll have to research this, yes. You can see he begins to flutter through a book and begins scribbling down with a pen, scrawling notes of some sort.
So what exactly did you tell him just now? Because you kind of said you just recounted it.
I told him about the orb, what I knew of it, which it was an ancient type of necromancy, and I also told him how it was destroyed and that it did not stop the necromancer, that it only impeded him or her. And the skeletons.
My apologies, Judic. I don't have anything to add to that.
Neither do I.
It was Hale and I who found him within the cabin and alerted the rest. But after that, I left the cabin and fought the skeletons.
Yes. Well, thank you for your report. I'll have to bring this to my lord. Quickly. I'm sure that Lady Marie has already sent someone, as you've mentioned her, Sarkesh. But it will be good knowing your point of view as well, I'm sure, on the next plan of action.
That was to Sarkesh, right? Or
That was
it
to all of you.
Okay.
What should we do in the meantime while we wait to hear from your lord?
Rest, recuperate. I'm sure it won't take long. Lord McKellick is quite decisive. I'm sure he will call on you soon.
Okay, with
In the
that,
mean-
I am going to head outside of the castle to an inconspicuous area and tree up for sleep.
Okay.
Sarkesh is very anxious at this point, so he's going to go and find the Archmage and see what he knows about ancient types of necromancy, see if he can learn anything about it.
You make your way to try and find Dunakar. Johan, Val?
I'm waiting to hear from the Lord, so I'm going to go sleep until I'm summoned again. Or, we ate porridge this morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. If there's any food in the mess hall, I'll eat first. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to bed.
Okay. Yeah, you find food. It's still, like, afternoon, you guys.
Oh,
It was a long fight. They're tired.
It was a long fight, and
It was
rest
a
sounds
60-second fight.
yeah.
It was a
very
brutal
painful.
60-second
Yeah,
fight.
it was a brutal 60 seconds, but it was only 60
It
seconds.
really was. Because Roll20 hates us.
Not to
In
mention
that case-
explosion.
I'm going to go wash up, take a bath or something like that, clean my clothes, and then just meditate in my room until I'm summoned.
I'm gonna follow Hale and go
Oh,
hang
shit.
out with her tree
Okay.
and check on Bobbert.
Okay.
Bobbert, okay?
You reach into your pocket and you don't find Bobbert.
Bobbert, no.
Did you say that out loud, or is that in your head?
Oh, I said it out loud. Can't find Bobbert. Bobbert, no.
And you're following Hale at this point? Before she
Yes.
frees up? What do you mean, Bobbert? No. Where's Bobbert?
I don't know. He's not in my pouch. I guess whenever combat was starting up, he took off. I can only hope he's not hurt.
I'm sure he'll come back. He seems fairly loyal. Try not to worry. And she's gonna go tree.
Alright, so you guys are basically just gonna rest until you hear.
Except for me.
Okay. Well, I was just... Okay. Then the rest of you go ahead and roll half of your recoverable hit dice, rounding down for hit points. And you can also recover half, rounding down, of your hit dice. If you've used any, which I don't think any of you have.
What about for your spell?
That's automatically always replenished on a long rest, so you will get that as
I
well.
wasn't sure.
That one, I have no interaction with that. Sarkesh, let's go to you. You go and you seek out Dunakar. Dunakar. Need to pronounce these names correctly. And you find him in his very large and it's luxurious study, reading a dusty leather-bound tome. And as the guard allows you in, he closes it very slowly and very particularly places it onto the table next to him and motions for you to take a seat in the chair across from him.
I take a seat and wait and give my introductions.
It is good to meet you. I was told you have some questions for me.
Yes, I would like to know what you know about ancient types of necromancy. I know they're forbidden, but knowledge of them is still accessible through the Archmages.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not quite of that class. The only mages that are allowed to know any of the necromantic traditions are those in Skirth, and purely for rites of purging. I believe you would have better luck if you were to seek out the Knights of the Divines, as it is their job to purge such things from the world.
Where can I find them in Deadwood?
Unfortunately, I do not recall of there being any in Deadwood, though you can check around. They do wander.
Hope to find some soon. I do not like necromancy.
Yes, it's quite distasteful. What is it that you, found, if you don't mind my curiosity?
Sadly, that report will have to come from the king.
He kind of sits up a bit proper, and you can see he's a bit unsettled. Yes, very well. If you have any other need of me, don't hesitate to call.
Thank you for your assistance. And now I'm gonna go into the town and try and get to one of the taverns to see if anyone has noticed any of the Knights of the Divine near the town or within it.
Okay, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Oh, fuck me sideways. I did not see it. Oh, yay, my racism works.
So, after getting thrown out, it doesn't appear that they've heard of any of the Knights of the Divine being around. Also, that doorman is quite strong, because you're a big guy wearing some pretty heavy armor, and that dude, like, he flung you a good 5 feet. Like, that was pretty impressive, really.
What type of race was he?
It was, a half-orc. A half-orc man.
Pretty strong for someone with small teeth.
He growls at you with a very low... but does
I
nothing
apologize
else.
to him in Orcish and and tell him my goodbyes and just walk away.
Okay. He continues to stare as you leave. It's beginning to turn dusk. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm gonna go to the Witchers and check on the Gravedigger and the other Witcher, the
Okay.
two Witchers.
You make it to the witchery, and you actually see the one that was referred to as Alana, just kind of sitting in the front room, the common room, and she looks over at you and kind of pulls you aside. How are all of your friends doing? I heard that 2 of them went missing.
They're fine. We found them pretty far into the forest, but they're fine. I think the explosion sent them pretty far.
Must have been, yes, that's... Are they okay? You sure?
They
'Cause
were-
that's quite a distance.
They were fairly unscathed, so I'm surprised myself, but
Well, bless the gods, then.
yes, indeed. How is the Gravedigger doing?
He's doing very well. Very, hardly... Well, I was about to say hardly a scratch on him, but he's got 2 very permanent scars on him. It also seems that he has suffered some temporary blindness, but beyond that, he seems to be very fit, and everyone else made it out all right as well.
Is Lady Rocha in a speaking mood?
She is at the castle, informing the king of all of this. She's been there for a few hours now.
All right. Do any of the witches know if there's any Knights of the Divine nearby?
You can actually visibly kind of see a smirk cross her face. Witchers don't often come to Deadwood. That's what we're here for.
Oh, I forgot. You're mercenaries.
Of a sort.
Well, at least you were here for the battle.
Yes, it was quite dicey.
Are there any higher ups other than Lady Rocha here?
Yes, I believe I could find you one of the canonesses.
If you would, please.
And she kind of like turns and leaves the room. A few minutes later, a very tall woman. Why can't I remember their names? I think it's Shashir. No, Lakir. A very tall Lakir woman enters. Yes, you were at the grave incident.
Yes, I was. I was wanting to know if you have any skills related towards fighting necromancy.
Well, we do have a couple of clerics who specialize in counter hexes and anti-necromantic fighting, yes.
Any paladins that can fight in that way?
Yes.
I would like to meet at least a well-trained paladin so I can learn a few techniques, because what we fought there was rather annoying. I know bludgeoning works on skeletons and all, but all I have is a bloody sword.
I'll see if I can wrestle her up for you.
If you would, thank you.
Very well. She leaves, and not very long. A very short, oddly happy halfling wearing plate armor kind of just comes out. Oh, hello, how are you?
All right for a person who just had to fight skeletons.
Yes, I heard you had quite the day. So,
Yes.
you're looking for a teacher?
Yes, I just need to learn a few skills that'll at least help me against the undead.
Well, I suppose I could teach you some lower level magics. And she just kind of like takes a moment to look over you. Yes, I think I could do. I charge 5 gold a day.
Question, how long would it take to truly learn these skills?
Well,
At least enough to fight.
that depends on you. I am a skilled teacher, but I've no idea how apt a student you are.
I can offer you 30 gold up front.
Well, we'll begin training tomorrow, and we'll see how far that goes for you.
Alright, thank you.
Meet me outside at sunrise.
Outside here, or...?
Yes.
Alright, thank you. I'm gonna go back to the castle now and sleep.
Okay.
After grabbing some bread from the galley.
Go ahead and deduct the 30 gold. You get food. You all go to bed eventually. Sarkesh, you are the one that wakes up specifically to leave. None of you are awoken in the night. And you head to the witchery to go train. And you do so.
Yeah.
Perrin, you would be the next to wake up. So is there anything that you feel like doing?
What time is it?
We'll just say that you wake up at like 4 in the morning.
I'm not sure what all we could do this early in the morning. So I guess for now, I assume like we're all in the same room, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll
You're all
just keep
sleeping
watch
in a communal room.
for now.
Yes.
Then. Keep watch.
Okay. You all arise a little bit after 8 in the morning. Is there anything that you would all like to do now that you're awake?
I'm gonna go find a leather worker or somebody to go see if I can repair any of my armor.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't take you very long, and you find one off of the main street who will repair your armor. It's all superficial damage, but if you would like it to be polished up and to look nice, he can do that for you.
Nah, that's fine. Never mind. Thank you for your time, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna head back to the castle to find Beltari and Perrin and Johan.
All right.
I'm gonna seek out Judik to see what the what's going on.
Okay. You find Judik. You leave and you start heading up towards him, and you run into him. Oh, Johan, excellent. I was bid to find you. The king would like to speak with you and your group this afternoon, but he thanks you for completing this request for him, and he holds up a small bag. I know it's not much, but the king expresses
No, it's more than we need. Thank you.
gratitude to you, and it sounds like the witchery will probably be handling the rest of this investigation.
Probably for the best, now that we know what we're dealing with.
Yes. So, as I said, 4, I believe it was, please go to the main hall.
Okay.
And
I will be sure to pass the information on to my companions. Thank you kindly, Judith. You've been most helpful.
And thank you as well, Johan. He bows and takes his leave.
Okay. And I go back to the room. You said it's one communal room, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's just servants' quarters.
Yep.
Okay. So, I go and I count how much we got.
35 gold.
35? Okay. So, alright, I take 5 for myself and leave the other 30 to be distributed amongst the rest when they return, or for whomever's there.
They're all in there.
Okay.
Everyone's there except for Sarkesh.
I thought Hale was out getting her armor repaired, so.
No, by this point, we'll say she made it back.
Okay. Alright, then yeah, I inform, so. The king has awarded us 35 gold for our efforts. I shall take 5 for myself, and the remaining 30 are to be divvied up amongst the rest of you.
I'll take 5 for myself as well.
Alright, that leaves 25 amongst you 3. Or you 2 and Sarkesh.
I will decline.
Okay, Perrin, that leaves 25 for you and Sarkesh.
There's no easy way of splitting that, but I guess I'll take 10. Oops.
Then I shall set 10 aside for Sarkesh, and the remaining 5 will be handed back to the king today at 4. He seeks an audience with us.
I assume at 4, since you said at 4.
Yes, at the time I specified.
Alright. I'm gonna turn to Veltari and ask her if she's seen or heard from Bobbert since last night.
I have not, and my plan was to go have my armor looked at and to go look for him.
Do you mind if I tag along with you?
I don't mind at all. In fact, the help would be greatly appreciated.
Alright, I'm gonna follow with Veltari.
Vel, you're also wearing leather armor, correct?
Yes.
Alright, it's pretty much the same thing. Your armor isn't significantly damaged. There are some scars and scratches on, but it doesn't hinder you in any way. It just doesn't quite look as nice. But if you'd like it polished up, you'll do a great job.
Sure.
All right, that'll be a whole silver.
All right.
And he goes to work polishing. He says he'll have it all done and ready for you in an hour.
Okay, then in that time, I'm gonna go and look for Bobbert back where we were by Zana's house.
All right.
I'm going to follow Val.
Both of you go ahead and roll perception. You find neither hide nor hair of Bobbert after searching for about an hour.
Are there any animals around the area other than Bobbert?
There are some crows and other birds.
I'm going to cautiously approach one of the crows and use my animal speak to see if I can ask if it's seen hide or hair of, and I describe Bobbert for them.
Mouse? Seen a mouse? No. Not near here. Lots of mouse in the city. By the grocers. Mouse.
I thank them and go to tell Veltari what I have found out and suggest that maybe we could check at the grocer.
It's worth a shot.
Alright, well, let's head back to town and see what we can find.
Alrighty.
Okay. Go ahead and roll perception again as you approach the grocers. Well, you find a couple of mice. None of them appear to be Bobbert, and you do notice that the two of you are again pulling stairs from the townsfolk.
I'm going to ask one of the mice if they've seen any new mice recently within the past 48 hours.
They haven't.
Vel, there's been no luck.
Oh. Gonna make a point and stare back at one of the people that's staring at me.
They look very nervous and then begin to walk quickly away.
Maybe we should head back to the castle. I'm not sure what time it is, but it shouldn't be too long before we have to meet with the Lord.
It's probably for the best.
Come on. We're gonna head back to the castle.
Okay, you guys make your way back to the castle. Is there anything any of the rest of you would like to do?
Yeah, change of plans. Instead of handing the money back to the Lord, I wanted to find Judik and hand it to him.
Okay. Yeah, you find him in his study, working away, reading through a very large pile of books stacked upon his desk. He looks at the gold that you put back in his hand. Are you sure?
We've taken all we need.
Very well. I'll return this to the treasury. And he tucks it into a drawer on his desk.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
He just looks at you questioningly. Yes, of course. Thank you, Johann.
I bow and I exit the room.
He kind of nods and goes back to his work.
Okay.
How is my training going? Is the halfling not me on my ass yet?
Well, basically, what happens is you go to the witchery, and the halfling comes out, and you both leave, and like those city limits essentially, and head out into the forest. And there she starts kind of going over with you, like very almost condescendingly, how the ebb and flow of the magic and consciousness of all life work and what divinity is and all that. Like it's very, very condescending to you. And then she begins finally kind of teaching you the kind of mindset and incantations towards battling the undead and those that are called back to life unnaturally.
So true abominations.
Essentially. But yes, you feel like she's a decent teacher. Bit full of herself, but other than that, it goes fairly well.
When does the study end so I can get back to my group and inform them that's what I'll be doing for a few days?
Well, she keeps you all day, essentially. So you'll be able to go back at dusk, unless you want to leave beforehand.
I'll inform her that one of my breaks I need to speak to the king if she would willingly let me go, because I would like to at least get his opinion on what is happening, as well as Lady Rocha's.
Very well. I'm sure he'll take quite a long time, so, what do you say tomorrow? We'll count this as a half day.
As you wish, and I also tell her you keep the 5 gold for the day, because it really doesn't matter to me. Your teachings are worth more than the gold.
She thanks you very kindly and then bids her goodbye. And you can hear her kind of like whistling as she walks through the city.
Okay, I'm gonna go meet up with my group again and find out what's going on, because I really don't know.
Okay. Yeah, you meet up with Johan and Perrin, who are still at the castle. Hanging out.
Hello, everyone. How's the day been so far?
You're muted.
Hey, pretty uneventful, but I have 10 gold here for you from the king.
Really? That was kind of him.
Indeed.
I take it graciously. Now I'm almost back to my amount of gold I had before.
How long before Villa and I make it back to them?
A little while.
Okay.
Actually, no,
We have-
reasonably. That would be a couple hours. Yeah, we'll just say you were getting back right now.
Okay.
So, did the king summon us yet, or are we still waiting? Because Judik did
I would
say...
like to check a sundial.
Halasia, you can tell time better than us. What time is it?
Why do you think I can tell time better than you? I don't pay attention to it. I don't care.
I would like to check a sundial.
You go outside to the kind of main sundial at the center of the courtyard, and it's 2 hours until your proposed meeting with the king.
Alright. I return from outside and explain to people how to tell time.
Cool.
Alicia knows how. She just doesn't care.
Why are you speaking about yourself in the third person? It's weird.
That is weird.
She thought.
Are you
Nope.
narrating your life to me now?
Apparently.
What would you two like? What would all of you like to do for the next 2 hours?
I suggest we take the time to go eat some food.
Yes, because I'm beginning to get fairly hungry.
While y'all go eat, I'm gonna go out into the courtyard and enjoy some sunlight and drink some water.
Alright.
Okay.
You all become fed and sunned, and a couple of hours later are gathered together outside of the main hall of the king.
How
As
exciting.
Valtari types. And continues typing.
Tippity tappity type.
Alright. Emo eating. Good. Alright, so you're all outside of the main hall. Can't wait. Hope that happens, Roger. That'd be good. Anyways, you kind of all look at each other, make sure everyone's alright, open the doors, and enter the hall, and you see the king, this time flanked only by his guard and what appears to be just his closest family. It appears that his wife and eldest son are there, but everyone else is not. And it's not like the guards are any like extra special, they're just the ones that constantly line the room.
Before we fully enter, I whisper, this seems to be more of a war meeting than anything. And that's just whispering to myself and continue walking in.
Okay. So you all enter the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're supposed to describe your actions. I only described the world, not your guys.
I thought you
Well,
said
we're
as we
probably-
walk into the room, this is what we see.
Same.
So I had walked in.
Yeah. So now what are you doing?
Go
I
up to the
walk
king,
to, I
kneel.
guess, my mark that someone has laid out on the ground for me so kindly, so I know where to stop for the camera, look at the king, and bow.
You wonder to yourself what a camera is and continue walking.
Okay.
Yes, you all reach the point at which you were last time, and you stop and bow to the king. Well, thank you all for your service to Deadwood. I hope that the penance I was able to give you was at least somewhat worth your while.
It
More
more
than
than
sufficient.
compensated for our efforts. Thank you, Your Highness.
Tell me, what will you do now?
Well, if you have
I
no
s-
further need of us, I do believe we were headed westward to Calum.
He looks at Sarkesh, who was cut off.
I wish to see the end of the dark magics used here before I leave.
You wish to stay?
Yes, I want to see the end of the necromancer casting those dark spells.
Well, I have given that task to the Witchery. Perhaps they will hire you on.
We shall see, Your Highness.
Though it would be very good to have a few more people, such as yourselves, available. If any of you would like to stay, I would be more than willing to pay you for your service to Deadwood.
I have business to attend to the west, though I imagine I'll probably stay here for a little while longer.
I've been following with this group, so where they go, I go.
Very well. Do as you wish.
Thank you for the audience, Your Highness.
And he kind of
I-
lowly bows his head.
I bow and begin my leave.
Okay. Anyone else leaving? Or just Sarkesh?
Guess I'll pipe up. Your lord, what other duties would you have for us here?
Well, capable folks such as yourself always find uses, and well, it's a delicate time, as I'm sure you've heard. So, I'm sure I could find you things, or I'm sure you could work under me personally and do errands as I see fit. And he kind of looks over at Veltari and Johann. And, of course, it would be helpful if you could help the witchery with researching this threat to my land.
I'm certainly not opposed.
And I'm always looking to gain new knowledge, so research is my life.
Very good. Well, please inform Judic once you've made your decision. I'm afraid I have business to attend to.
I bow and begin to exit the room.
As do I.
I'm going to bow as well and head out to the courtyard.
Perrin?
Doing the same. Bowing
Uh,
and moving.
Perrin and Hale, go ahead and make perception checks for me.
Ooh.
Perrin, as you all turn to leave, you notice that he catches the ear of his eldest son and, under his breath, whispers something that you can't quite make out, but he seems very intent on Johann and Vel as they begin leaving.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go find Lady Rocha and see if I can convince her to let me join the witchery to root out this evil.
Okay. You take off and head back towards the witchery. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm going to go look for Bobbert some more.
Where at?
Back where he got lost,
Alright,
near
you
the
head-
Gravedigger's crumpled home.
You head back towards the cemetery?
Yep.
And the rest of you?
Has everyone already split, or are we just kind of head back to the servants' quarters before we split?
You guys leave the hall and they begin to disperse.
Okay. So it's just me and Perrin and Vel then?
Well, they're all leaving. If you want to stop them, you can, but
Oh.
I was going to go talk to him, so.
yes, she's short. We know.
And loud.
Nah, it's fine.
That's our most short people.
Hey!
Napoleon complexes and such. So who's the him that you were referring to? Because I can't see you.
Johann.
Okay. Perrin, what are you doing then?
I'll probably stick with them for a bit.
Okay. Johann, Hail Asia, and Sirkesh begin to kind of split off. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
Okay. I turn to address the party and just say, I'm going to leave for a day or two, but I should be back soon. So, don't worry about where I am.
Where are you going?
It's not important.
I thought he asked you and Vel to research.
That's why I said I'm going to be gone for a day or two, not I'm getting the fuck out and dodge. The plan is to come back.
Alright.
I just thought since we've been traveling together, you should be aware.
Well, it's kind of you to let us know. Still curious as to why you're leaving. I mean, as far as I can remember, you are a wanted criminal. Shouldn't we all stick together?
As far as I'm aware, we're all wanted criminals.
Which is why
Vel
we might
shoots
stick
Hale a
together.
look.
Anyways, you may be gone. I'm done with you.
Ooh.
Whatever, I'm going to look for Bobbert. And Hale leaves.
Alright, well, Perrin and Vel begin to follow Johann.
Well, not necessarily. I just wanted
Okay.
to stop him and talk to him before he took off.
Feel free.
Johann? Stop typing.
I don't know what typing is. But
He looks at his hands,
why are you laughing?
then at the rest of him.
Seriously, Vel, you're scaring me.
So how long do you think we're going to be here, even after you leave for however long you're going to be gone?
That's entirely up to the group. I don't plan on staying much more than a month. I have places to be.
Well, as do I, but I offered to help do research.
And I will stay for up to a month.
At this point, Vel's just going to throw up her hands in frustration and walk away.
Answered your question.
Good talk. Good talk, guys. Alright, Perrin, you are witness to all of this.
I answered your question, right, Perrin?
I believe so.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Haven't walked that far. It's your tone. Continues walking.
Did I take a tone? She's crazy, right?
Not sure. She's the only tiefling that I know.
Inkin?
Incan, sure. Races.
The other made-up word.
The king seems intent on keeping you here, you and Veltari.
Odd.
Not sure what to make of it, but as we were leaving, he was whispering something to his son.
I suppose I'll keep that in mind. But I still have no intention of leaving just yet, but I certainly hope he lets me leave when the time comes. I wouldn't want to run out on my captors twice.
Double A wall.
I suppose. Things are unusual in this city. I think we should exercise caution still.
Can we just look around real quick? Where am I? Where are we? Where have we been?
You're just outside the main hall.
Alright. Who all's around?
A couple people loitering.
Alright, that's what I thought. So,
Some
yeah.
servants and some guards, you know.
How many of them, can I tell, are looking in this general direction after a certain comment about, being wanted criminals and what have you? By a certain stupid tree?
Couple of them.
That's what I thought. Anyways, Johann goes back to being nonchalant about that. So. I'm sorry, what did parents say? I've, it's a little too smug for my own good.
Said we should still be cautious in this town. Things are strange.
Perhaps more cautious than we have been.
Agreed.
Well, good friend, I hope to see you tomorrow or the next day, but I'm off.
Are you in need of anything? I'll pull out my bag and kind of put it in front of him.
No, just stay safe. watch over the rest, make sure they don't get in too much trouble. I fear sometimes you're the only sensible one.
Okay.
Brittany's flipping you all off. No, I'm pretty sure it's to all of them.
Good. I can't see her, so I'll have to take your word for it. Oh, yeah. That's very definitive.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely for you.
Yeah.
She's throwing all my stuff on the ground, so
That was mine. Shut up.
she's also taking possession of my stuff. Anyways,
Sorry.
yeah.
Perrin, you've never heard this stream of words ever come out of Johan's mouth before, and you're really curious as to how he made that female voice that sounded almost like Veltari.
How far
Okay.
away am I from the witchery at this point?
Pretty far. You guys just left.
Damn.
You guys are probably, like, just across the room.
So we're still hearing this stuff too.
It's a pretty big room, so probably not, but... You're not very far yet.
Anyways, after, reassurance and all that fun stuff, and then going crazy in front of Perrin and what have you, I will be walking away at some point.
Okay.
Then I
Perrin-
guess I'll get my holy symbol and just kind of do a quick little prayer for him, and then be on my way.
Alright. Sirkesh, you and Vel head towards the witchery.
On the way, I asked Vel, how's that book doing that I gave you?
The almanac?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
I'll admit it's not exactly the most fascinating read, but it certainly passes the
Oh, no.
time.
No, not that one. The one that Johan ripped in half and I got fixed for you.
Oh, that one.
You did.
It's still intact.
Did I miss something?
Sometimes you just gotta stir the shit.
Yeah, right.
It is still intact, and there are still hard feelings.
At least it's still intact. I don't want to actually have to pay gold to fix it this time. Because the way it's fixed now, this is going to be very expensive to fix.
Yeah.
Level 6 motherfuckers, magic hands, I'm ripping it in half the other way.
Good.
I can only imagine the glare he's getting right now.
You're in arm's reach now.
Oh.
Hale, go ahead and make a perception test.
Okay.
Okay. You spend another hour out by the cemetery, kind of just wandering around on your own, looking all over for Bobbert. And you don't find him.
Just stay out there and keep looking, because I don't want to go back.
Alright. So after stirring the shit, Vel and Sirkesh, eventually you two do make it to the witchery. And are greeted by Alona.
I'm here to speak to Lady Rocha.
Very well, she should be in her quarters, and she just kind of points you in the direction.
I split off from Veltari and head to speak to Lady Rocha.
And, you, Fiendkin?
I
Before I-
was... Road. I was informed that you were in need of help with research, and that's more or less my forte.
Yes. Very well. Wait here. And then she exits the room. Sirkesh, you make your way up to Lady Rocha's quarters and are met by a door.
I knock on that door.
Yes, who is it? Come in.
I open the door, greeting her, and I then ask if she wouldn't mind if I joined the witchery to help hunt this evil that's here.
Ah, have a strong arm, have you? Well, normally I'd be quite welcoming to a newcomer such as yourself. Unfortunately, it appears there are other plans for you.
There are.
From what I've been told.
Well, are you in need of any assistance in the hunt?
Well, if you could research or, help us pour through the tomes in the archive, that would always help. But other than that, I'm afraid there's nothing I can ask of you at the moment.
Alright, I'll do as I can. If you can point me in the right direction, I'll be heading that way.
Okay. She tells you how to get to it. It's, basically in the basement of the building, essentially.
I head to the archive, and on the way down, I ask why Veltari is still in the entrance.
Says to wait.
Why? You were ordered to help.
I know, but I was asked to wait here.
Where'd the lady go that told you to wait?
I point to whatever direction she left in.
I go to that door and knock on it.
And you don't get a response.
I tell her if there's any trouble, I will be in the basement. And then I head that way.
Okay. Perrin, is there anything that you're up to? Or
What time of day is it?
like 5-ish?
5-ish. Nothing I can really think of. The king doesn't have any kind of particular task for us, so I don't remember. Have I been to any like church kind of thing here yet, or
I don't believe you have yet.
no? Okay, I'm gonna go and try to find that, I guess.
Okay. It doesn't take you very long. You find out that there are 2 different churches. There is the Temple of Theron and the Shrine of Velka within the city.
I guess I'll go to the shrine first.
Okay. You make your way over to the shrine, and it's actually quite a small building compared to the other ones that are around it. It's in the lower half of the town, and it's kind of just what appears to be like a fairly large estate that was converted into a very simple shrine. It's just got kind of like a main room with a set of like kind of old ratty couches and chairs that kind of lead up to an altar area where there's a very ornate empty bowl. There are a couple of worshippers about the place, and one person that is wearing like vestments, a kind of older Lakir woman with, long gray hair and actually really oddly short cut eyebrows. And she's just kind of making her way around the temple, kind of cleaning, essentially, like under the chairs, around the candles, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, interesting. Couches. They're I mean, these aren't wooden benches. These are like legit couches, or
They're pretty tattered, but yeah, they're essentially like they have cushion. They're well used, but they are couches.
interesting. Okay. Guess I'll approach the shrine.
Okay, you approach the altar.
Um. Velka is one of the Empire
Divines,
god?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Guess I'll go ahead and. Well, I don't know. I guess that would be sacrilege, huh? I guess I'll try to find the Lakir then that I saw next to this.
Okay, yeah, she's just wandering about cleaning things.
Okay. I'm gonna go up and greet her.
What do you say?
She's vestments, so I guess, hello, sister?
Oh, yes. Hello. How are you, child?
I fare well. I came to this holy place wondering if you needed assistance with anything.
No, I mean, if you would like to help clean, there's a broom. Awful lot of dust gets in here.
Nothing better to do, so I guess I'll yeah, I'll help the old lady. So, sure, of course. I'll assist in cleaning.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to help an old woman, Shashir. Oh, you appear to be a follower of Luane.
Yes.
Interesting. Don't get many of those here. Well, feel free to use the temple as you wish.
Thank you.
And she thanks you again and then kind of goes back towards cleaning as she kind of hobbles from place to place. As you do when you're old.
Yeah.
Alright, so Perrin begins to clean. Johan, what are you up to?
I walk into the garrison.
Alright. You walk into the garrison.
Okay.
There is a small contingent of soldiers sitting around some of the tables. They appear to be eating their dinner.
Okay. I'm going to approach the nearest one. And once I have their attention,
He gets up and kind of like looks at you sidelong as he continues eating.
pardon me, can you point me in the direction of your commanding officer?
Officer, yeah, sure. Just head down that door and then knock on the last room on your right.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Follow his directions.
His name's Colonel Mushin.
Thank you. And I bow. Do I make it to his door?
No, you're stopped by
Yes.
a wave of intoxicated, irreverent fiendkin. They're all
Amazing.
mad about you ripping Veltari's book.
This is their right.
Yes, you make it to the door unimpeded.
Okay. I knock on the door.
The door opens and you can see a very, actually quite young for his rank. Probably in his late 20s, maybe early 30s man. Well dressed in a regal blue officer's coat with a few accolades of merit pinned across his chest. Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you?
Johann Koenig, sir. Scout of the Third Army.
No.
I'd like to turn myself in for desertion.
Yes. And he like walks back behind his table, and you can see him like adjusting the dagger at his hip. And he grabs some manacles and walks over and looks at you in the eye and begins attaching them to you. Very well. And leads you out of the room and down a flight of stairs down the hallway. And as you're re-entering the kind of main common room, all the guards, or not the guards, the soldiers kind of like look at you as you begin heading down. You're brought to a cell in the brig towards the bottom of the building. And where did you desert from? As he pulls out a piece of parchment. Zach and Brittany got scared and they ran away! So scary.
Apparently.
That's why I was trying to
Does this
figure out
mean
where
that
the
he's
fuck I was going.
resisting again?
He's resisting arrest. He beats him to death. He stabs him, and he never stops stabbing him. Oh god, Roger's Zach now.
Well, that's
Brooklyn's
confusing.
Brand. Oh god, I'm the only one who's a person now. Oh god, the screen regions. Why?
That's fun.
So I guess since Halasia and Perrin are the only ones around, Halasia, go ahead and give me another perception roll.
I have a question first.
Okay.
I have a cantrip called Guidance, which allows. It says
Yeah,
It's
you can. Yeah, I know.
I can use it. Okay,
Yep.
I want to do that. So,
Okay.
gonna do a perception roll, and then I'll add the D4 or whatever I roll from that.
Okay.
Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool.
we can see
So,
Still
he
waiting
adjusted
on.
his dagger and put the manacles on me.
Then begin leading you down.
Thereupon you resisted arrest and disappeared.
Whereupon you were
Yay.
led to a cell. Everyone was quite surprised. And do I have to recall Brittany?
She hasn't said a word, so I don't know.
Okay. Otherwise, I have to rescreen region everyone.
Yeah, if you would try recalling her, please.
Very good. Not that one. That's the other one.
Oh, apparently she never left the call. It just dropped her internet and she can't rejoin, so...
Turn off Skype and turn Skype back on again.
Turn off Skype, turn it back on again. Oh, wait. Go back to the messages. What's this? Oh, never mind.
That 15.
I find nothing.
It's pretty nice out here by the cemetery. There's a lot of birds and stuff. It's pretty cool. You still find no sign of Bobbert though, which kind of sad.
Okay. Can you
Wonder
hear
what
us all?
happened.
Okay, Brittany's back in.
All right, cool.
Welcome back.
So, Johan, you were led to the brig, essentially. You were sat down in a cell. Cell was closed, and he wanted to ask where you deserted from. Or he did ask where you deserted from.
Fort Farragut, sir.
And you can kind of see his eyes widen a bit, and he begins writing. Very well, thank you. And he puts the parchment into his lapel and heads back upstairs.
Okay.
I'll
I'll be here if you have any further questioning. And I
Mm-hmm.
sit down.
There's two guards that are it's their duty to just be in this area, so you're not entirely alone.
Okay. I just begin meditating.
Okay. So, Hale spends another hour looking for Bobbert. Perrin, you continue to clean, I assume, unless there's anything else specifically you'd like to do.
Yeah, keep helping.
Vel, you sit there for about 30 more minutes, and then the lady comes back out. Yeah, you can go down and help your paladin friend with research. Just head down the basement. It's the first door when you get to the bottom on your left.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and go do that.
Okay. Both of you then, go ahead and roll investigation.
Damn, she better than me.
Brandon, you didn't roll investigation.
Yeah, you also
Oh,
rolled
that's
insight.
insight. Aha!
There you go.
Holy
Much
shit, that's
better.
crit.
Yeah, Veltari, you begin looking at stuff. The few books that you begin to read don't seem very helpful. Then eventually Sarkesh, he's reading through a book and he's like, what? Oh my, Vel, come over here, and rush over, and you both begin reading. And it points to there being, a very old sect of necromancers that were wiped out by the witchery, just north of the Black Mountain. It at the crest of the mountain of Misthaven, just north of Dunwich.
That is very, very big information.
Is that something we're gonna need to check out?
Do you have enough parchment to make a copy of this?
I should. I still have 9 pieces that I didn't ruin with clay.
All right. I'm asking if you'll. I'm asking Veltari if she'll make a copy. That way, we have our own copy of it, just in case.
Yeah, if you want to transcribe it, the entire account is going to cost 3 pages of parchment, essentially.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that.
All right, and then put down in your equipment Dunwich Necromancy as an item. And is there anything else that you guys would like to do?
I think we should show our report. We found what we were looking for.
Okay.
What do you think, Vel?
Well, it's all we've found so far. We may as well go let them know.
All right, let's head up.
You both head over to Lady Maria's study. Knock on the door, and she invites you both in.
I enter.
Well, what is it? Did you find something?
Yes, actually, we did. And it actually includes the witchery.
Does it?
I show her the transcript.
She picks it up and begins reading through it. Huh. Well, this was a few hundred years ago. No wonder I didn't recall it. I'll dispatch a team to go and investigate immediately. Thank you.
It was no problem. Thank you for letting us into your archives.
Of course. I'm glad that it bore such promise so early.
Should we let Lady Rocha know?
Well, you're talking to me right now, so
Oh, sorry, Maria. Yeah.
I already know.
Yeah, I'm feeling dumb right now. But, should the king know of the information? Or at least his steward?
Yes, I'll send a runner to Judic and apprise him of the development.
Alright, thank you.
Will you be continuing your research, or heading back to the castle now?
How late is it this time, Richard?
It's about 6:30. It's pretty late. It's dusk.
I think at this time I'm going to see if I can get any enhancements to my armor.
Very well. I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Not
Veltari, do you wish to leave with me, or do you want to continue your research?
I will continue my research as late as I will be allowed.
You can sleep down there if you want.
Well, I know that you and I didn't exactly get off on the best foot to start with, so I wasn't sure if you would be comfortable with one of my kind so close by.
Oh, I don't think you'll do us any harm.
And if you
Then-
need anything, Veltari, just ask her and she can send for one of us and we'll get you what you need.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
If that's alright with you, Lady Rocha.
We can supply her with anything she needs.
Alright, thank you. I head off to the nearest blacksmith if they're still open.
No, there's no blacksmith that's going to be open this late.
Damn. Then I'm gonna go to the tavern that did not have the dead person in it,
Okay.
and get me a meal the same as I had the night I started. A piece of bread, cheese, and water.
Alright. 2 copper.
Okay.
Vel, you head back down and continue scanning through books. Hale, it's now sunset. What would you like to do?
What's the area around the graveyard like again?
Well, it's kind of at a clearing, and then there are forests to the north as you head towards the mountain. But the kind of like southern, southwestern edge is fairly sparse with like trees.
I'm gonna head towards the forest of the north and chill out there for the night, missing my trees.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to do before you all just, besides Johan, meet back up and go to bed?
I'm deciding to stay the night at the inn. I'm gonna spend the 3 copper to stay in there.
Okay.
At this point, am I done helping this lady clean, or is it still like pretty?
I mean,
messed
the
up?
entire place is pretty dirty. It's nicer than it was when you came in, but there's still work to be done.
And what time is it?
Dusk.
Dusk. I guess I'll keep cleaning for now until it gets like pitch black.
Okay. And then you're gonna head back, or are you gonna stay
Yeah.
there? Okay.
Back.
All right. Well, you continue cleaning, and then once night falls completely, the Shrine Maiden basically comes over and thanks you very much for all of your help. It was quite generous of you.
I kind of bow and then I'll just be on my way then.
Okay. And then Sarkesh, you head back to the castle.
No, I paid to stay the night at
All
the
right,
inn.
that's right. I'm sorry. Hell, that's everyone. All right, and then Vel just continues to work through the night until she passes out. Vel, go ahead and roll investigation for me.
Damn!
That's pretty good. After a few hours, by the wick of your candle, you can tell that it's probably a bit past nightfall by now. You continue reading, and you notice that there seem to be quite a lot of mentions of anomalies happening in all across the northern mountains nearby. Cheshire, Maine, and Dunwich all have almost regular accounts of people going missing, of supernatural things, of ghosts, of hauntings that the witchery has been called out to do. It appears that this area of the world, to you at least, seems quite active with some sort of befouled magic.
Well, I'm sure by this point, Lady Maria is probably either off asleep or something. I'm not sure how late it is.
It's after nightfall. That's all you can tell. There's no way to
Mhm.
look outside, so.
So anything, I'll just take notes of what I can to let her know of.
Okay. And you all eventually fall asleep. Vel falls asleep kind of at the desk that she has taken as her research desk. And you all awake the next morning. Johann, you find yourself quite surprised as you are awoken by the guards who throw a very nice, very brisk and cool bucket of water on you to wake you up.
Okay.
And as you wake up and come to your senses, you see the Lord's oldest son standing in front of your cell.
Give me half a second. Good morning, Lord Mikulik. Or Michellic? Michellic? I don't actually know what it is. I don't remember the pronunciation.
McKellick.
Michellic, okay. So yeah, good morning, Lord Michellic.
He nods to you and then kind of gestures to take a seat. And at that, the guard kind of pops up and brings his chair over so that the Lord may sit down as well.
Okay. So I have a seat, or...
Yeah, there's a cot in the cell.
Oh, okay. And you said he gestured for me to take a seat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I'll stand up and I'll sit on the cot.
You know, when I was a young boy, my father sent me to Ara to ward with the nobles there, and I happened upon a farm in my visits. You remind me quite particularly of a boy that I met on that farm.
Over by Ara, you said?
Yes.
It very well could have been me.
So I take it then that your name is that of your family's?
It is indeed, sir.
So, Johann, why have you come here?
The garrison or Deadwood?
Well, both are worthy questions, so whichever you'd like to answer.
Well, I suppose I'll answer Deadwood first because it's much simpler. As I've mentioned a few times to those who have asked, I'm merely passing through, headed westward. My ultimate destination there we go, is Yathduanulo, the monastery where I trained. But at the moment, I travel with my companions who are headed to Kalin. Since it's in the same direction, I figured I'd accompany them. As for why I come to this garrison, that's slightly more complicated. But at the core, I broke the law. So I'm
I've
here
heard.
to face my punishment.
That's
Well,
quite
pardon me,
courageous.
but you may have misheard. I come here not just to face my punishment, but also seeking trial.
That is quite courageous of you. Well, I've spoken to my father on your behalf, and he has agreed to personally overhear your trial. Normally in these
Much
parts,
appreciated.
desertions are handled much more bluntly, shall we say.
I'm afraid I'm well aware of how they're usually handled, but I've come here fully prepared to accept whatever punishment is doled out.
Well, I respect you, Johann. It takes quite the man to face justice like this.
If I couldn't, I wouldn't be half the man sitting before you.
Indeed. And based on what I have heard, I would like it if you would inform me as to what happened at Fort Farragut.
Would you like it from the beginning, or just the parts you heard?
I would just like the end, as we've gotten word of what happened there, and I want to know from you what transpired.
Well, I suppose I can't start any later than the death of the Master Scout. After his passing and our subsequent journey back to the north towards the Glade to avenge him and take out the Orc, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, I always mix it up. Anyways, to take out the Orc who attacked the fort, my companions and I returned to the fort, where, in no unsubtle terms, for traveling with an elf, a foul-mouthed beast, a fiendkin, and a tree, we were accused of all that had transpired there. Myself, Halasia, and Veltari, the aforementioned tree and fiendkin respectively, were placed in the brig to await a trial. And I had every intention of staying through that trial to prove my innocence. Apparently things went south because my other two companions were tossed in as well. And we waited for our trial in the morning, but in the night, a bard appeared. I'm afraid I can't give you much more than that, as that's all I know of him, is that he must have been a bard, as he carried a flute with him, and he put the entire camp to sleep. He broke us out of the cell, and against my will, I was charmed and forced to head westward. It wasn't until we were miles to the west that I regained control of myself. And I could have returned, but I didn't. And that's why I'm here. I plead guilty to desertion, as I should have just returned, but I knew if I did, I would be killed on sight. I knew at least here I could get a fair trial.
I see. And who was it who charmed you? Was it this bard you speak of?
I believe so.
Go ahead and roll deception.
Okay. If I can find it. Oh, the Merc was not with me.
He looks you over for a second. Very well. I will return to my father, and you shall stand trial shortly. I hope it goes well for you, Johan.
Much appreciated, Your Highness.
If
I
what-
shall.
If what you tell me is true, it is not your fault, and you shouldn't suffer the same fate as a deserter.
Well, regardless of how my trial goes, may I make a request of you?
He nods.
I never got his name, but the man in charge of Fort Farragut. He appears to have been somewhat noble in heritage and vain. I would kindly request that you or your father do whatever is in your power to have him removed from his position of power at Fort Farragut. You needn't strip him of rank, but under him, his men are in grave danger, and I fear he's willing to scapegoat any of them to save his own hide.
Roll insight for me.
Okay.
You can see that he's kind of straining with this, and that what you said slightly upset him. I'll bring this up to my father. Very well. You have my word.
Thank you, Your Highness. Though it may be obvious, I will remain here until I receive further word from you or whomever you send. Thank you for your time.
With that, he stands up and turns, kind of readjusts his armor and sword, and then makes his way up the staircase.
I give a deep bow and then resume my meditative pose.
Okay. So, what are the rest of you up to today?
I'm gonna go and commence my research.
You're going back to your research, so you're not going to go and keep
Oh
studying?
wait, no. First, I'm going to go and see how much it would be to at least get enhancements to my chainmail, where they'll provide a little more defense.
Give me a second. Let's see, who would this be? The Smith, right? That would be... You make your way to the Iron Arms Smith, and a middle-aged, kind of slightly overweight gentleman is pounding away at metal, and he welcomes you in as you enter. You want to improve your chainmail? It's
Yes, sir.
well, I suppose for 100 gold, I could help reinforce it a bit.
Do you have any odd jobs around here I can do to help pay for part of it? I have only 29 gold to my name.
Sorry, lad. I don't have any jobs that need doing, but I'm sure if you wander around town, you can find someone who needs help.
Thank you for your time. Can you sharpen my sword at least?
Yes, I'll maintain your blade. And he asks for a couple of copper and then just grindstones it to keep it sharp.
Okay. And I'm gonna go back and do my day's training.
Okay. It goes well. Is there any time in particular you want to break off, or are you just going until dusk?
Full day training.
All right, cool. Hale, you get up. What do you want to do?
Earlier, I was able to, like, talk to the trees to see if they had seen Bobbert or anything. Is there any chance that I could do that, but not to look for Bobbert? I know it's kind of around the graveyard. Maybe any interesting activity that would seem supernatural in nature to them, I guess.
Give me a second. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Go ahead and make a perception test for me.
Oh, damn.
You effectively just kind of meditate around the graveyard, and nothing of any massive oddity happens. People have been coming and kind of clearing away the debris. There have been mourners and a couple of burials since then. There's not a new gravedigger, but a different gravedigger is kind of taking over the position. But beyond that, nothing out of the ordinary has happened.
Alright, I'm gonna head back into town because I know Veltari was going to do research and I know Sarkesh was going to join the Witchers. So I'm gonna go see if I can find those two to see what can be found. I'm gonna look for Veltari first. See if they found anything anyways.
Okay. I take it you head back to the castle then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perrin, what are you up to today?
What was the other kind of shrine or church, whatever it was?
It was the Temple of Theron.
Theron? Theron is, elfin. Okay.
Yep.
I think I will first go eat in
Okay.
the mess hall. And actually, I guess I'll be able, since I have nothing to do today, I'll be very kind of lazy. So I guess I'll be in the mess hall for a good hour, kind of be a fly on the wall, listen to what the soldiers are saying.
Alright. Go ahead and roll either persuasion or perception if you're just passive or if you're trying to, like, just kind of chat up people and gossip.
I don't know that any of them would talk to me except for the Far Runner. So I guess I'm just gonna be passive. So perception?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A lot of people are still talking about what happened in the graveyard. That's a very big comment of concern. You've also heard that there has been an arrest of someone being held at the garrison. The witchery seems to have kicked into high gear. It sent out a few riders last night, and there was a break-in at some store down on the main streets.
Interesting. Pen.
Let's see. Hale, you make it back to the castle. Perrin, that makes both of you there. Vel, what are you up to? After morning comes and you finally wake up from your books with, like, a quill stuck to your face.
Well, I suppose I will. I'm gonna assume they had some sort of organization in there, so I'm gonna put everything back where I got it from and go show Lady Maria what I had found about the surrounding towns and the weirdness.
Okay. Well, yes, my fair fiendkin, that is why we're here. We safeguard the peoples of this area from the bizarre and the corrupting influence that the magics of the North hold.
It's just so common. I've never seen so much of it before.
Yes, it's very rare for there to be such consolidated magic this side of the Colus.
Well, I suppose with the witchery here, it's mostly under control, I suppose you could say.
Yes, we handle any issue that comes up as promptly as we can. It's very rare that anything gets too out of hand before we can step in and curtail the foul.
Well, with the amount of activity that has been in this area, I certainly hope that y'all stay here for as long as necessary, because I would hate to have the common folk have to deal with such dark magics with no one to help them.
Well, as long as their lords and the nobles continue to pay, of course we'll be here. And it doesn't seem that there's any sign of that stopping.
Well, I suppose that's fair. No, never mind. That's... Never mind.
Okay.
I suppose I will go and look for Hale or Sarkash or Perrin, whoever I come across first now. I'll bow to Lady Maria and let her know that if she needs more research done, I'd be happy to look through anything that she needs me to, and that I'm going to go look for my companions.
She thanks you for the work that you've done and lets you leave. And I guess you probably head back towards the castle too first. So you go heading in that direction. Which makes it everyone except for Sarkesh, which is super fun. So, the three of you at the castle, a little bit after, or just before noon, we'll say, are surrounded by guards. And one of the guards approaches each of you. The Lord requests that you come with us.
We will follow.
Alright. You're all led to a chamber and thusly brought together. The guard then asks you where the paladin that was with you has gone.
I do
He
not
didn't
know.
tell any of us that he was going, did he?
Did not.
Okay.
So
No
none of
idea.
us have any idea. I'm sorry.
Very well. And they kind of just leave, and as they leave, you can hear the door lock behind them.
Is there anybody in the room with us?
Nope, just the three of you.
Val, I'm sorry. I couldn't find Bobbert.
It's alright. I can really just hope he's okay. That's really all I wanted for him, was to make sure he was alright after everything with his owner before.
I'm sure he'll be fine. He is an animal, and they do generally tend to reside within the wilds. He should be fine.
I've overheard that the witchery seems to be very active as of lately.
Do they?
Well, they had sent out a few members because of some information that Sarkesh and I had found, so.
What did you two find?
Talk of necromancy to. It was in the north, right? Dunwich?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There was some old archives of necromancers up in the north from Dunwich that the witchery had dealt with years and years ago that apparently Lady Maria had not known about because of it being before her time. So they went to investigate.
Wow, I wonder if that was the cause of everything the other day.
Well, honestly, I hope so, and I hope they can get it under control or deal with it, whatever needs to be done.
As do I. Have any of you heard from Johann, or has he made it back yet?
I was going to ask you.
I've been at the graveyard.
Hoping he would kind of show up by now, but perhaps he's still handling his business. Whatever.
I'm
that
sure
was.
he'll be back soon. We should have nothing to worry about.
What about Sarkesh?
I believe Sarkesh is less to worry about. Not entirely certain. He's crude, but he has a good heart.
He may, but he tends to get himself into a little bit of trouble with that mouth.
I know, we've had kind of a good run with him lately. Not a whole lot of trouble with him lately. I wonder if his luck's run out. Maybe we should... Well, the door locked. Maybe when a guard comes back, we should ask them and see if maybe he got himself into too much trouble and they just didn't realize.
Well, it can't hurt to ask. I just find it odd that they've grouped the three of us, but two of our companions just aren't even around. I mean,
They
surely they
weren't
could have
looking.
found them too.
But they didn't mention anything about Johann. So I guess we sit and wait.
I guess so.
All right, Sarkesh. About halfway through your training, a group of 6 guards approach and hail you and ask if you would accompany them back to the castle. The king has need of you, wishes to speak with you and your party.
I asked my teacher if it would be fine if I left for the day.
She sighs and is slightly frustrated, but okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll meet up again tomorrow, hopefully.
If not, you gained an extra amount of gold for my time.
She kind of smirks at that. You're a good student. And hits you on the shoulder and then hops off the rock she was sitting on and begins walking back.
I accompany the guards to where they're taking me.
Okay. They take you back to the castle. The doors open and you're put into the same room with everyone else except for Johann. At this point, the guard then asks if you would not mind disarming yourselves before your presence with the king.
This is
I
the
do
first
not-
time we've been asked this. I mean, I don't mind disarming, but it seems out of the ordinary. What's going on?
Well, it appears that one of your group is under suspicion, and you are witnesses in a trial.
Oh, under suspicion of what?
He looks at a paper and he doesn't seem very. He's very nonplussed at all this. Treason, desertion, and disorder amongst the Empire.
Oh no.
And it's all your fault.
God damn it.
I tell him, as long as I can keep my amulet, I do not mind.
He says that sounds acceptable.
Hale lowers her weapons to the ground and waits patiently to be led to the trial.
I take off my belt that holds my sword, and I also hand him my shield.
He also asks for you to disarmor. Doff your armor.
Time to strip.
You're wearing clothes.
I
One would
know.
help. I free ball under my chainmail. You don't even have pants for that. I still free ball. Why do you think everyone hates me?
It's a kilt chainmail.
Good.
I'm
She
fine
takes
with
off her
that.
armor too.
Armor gone, daggers in my bag, put the bag over with my armor. All the things.
Baron.
Guess I comply.
Okay. After this, the guard, picks up all the stuff. Or a couple of guards come in, pick up all of your stuff, and remove it. It should be within the hour. And then he kind of, does a short bow and then backs out of the door. And you can hear the door once again lock.
And now you hear under Sarkesh's breath, "Damn it, Johan!"
Fuck you.
I'm inclined to
You're
agree.
3 miles away.
His mic's muted, but he's, grump.
We could hear it from across the castle. Fuck you!
And
Yeah.
there's no guys
Out
I
of the
can't tell what all
garrison.
my mic's picking up.
Out of the garrison and into the era.
Okay.
No discussion or anything?
So if this goes wrong, what's our escape plan?
I don't know that we have one.
Goddamn assholes.
I can still send out a cone of fire if I need to.
No, don't.
We don't need to
Just
make
don't
decisions
start
for
shit.
killing anybody.
As I
don't
just
need to
said,
do that.
escape plan. That's all I'm saying. If we have to escape,
Do
I
not
can burn
harm
things.
anybody. Sarkash, I'm serious. And please, no flames.
Fine, no fire.
Thank you.
We don't need to paint ourselves as a threat to them at all in any way.
Vel,
I'm
You
not a
have-
threat. The necromancer
shut up.
is a threat.
Vel, you have fairly high charisma, as do I, yes? Maybe we can talk our way out of it.
Does
I
that?
wouldn't bet on that.
Don't say anything.
Also, granted, you could be like, hey, you're pretty charming too, but your characters don't understand the point values that are associated with them.
I'm
Yeah,
new to this.
I
I'm
was
still
going
learning.
to say, like, it's kind of
Vel, you're
breaking-
hot stuff
or-
too, right? I mean, that ass.
Yeah.
Vel.
This is... Well, you're pretty.
Yeah, so maybe we can charm our way out of this.
I sincerely doubt it. We haven't exactly
Please don't
had the
say
best
that
luck
word.
with interpersonal relationships here.
Just saying, worst case scenario, we could try.
A tree and a red.
I think we should
trying to
just
talk themselves out of it.
mind our manners and let this play out.
Do we lie or do we tell the truth?
I say nothing.
Oh, really?
That's
You're gonna-
probably for the best, Sarkash.
that is probably a really good idea. Hopefully they
Well,
don't ask him anything directly.
If the tree and the person with horns is going to be talking, I think we're all dead.
It's not very
Come
nice.
from the...
Just joking. Don't worry.
It's
For
hard
all
not to
we
worry
have
with
done-
you.
For all we have done for this place and the places we've been before, we shouldn't have as much to worry about as we're thinking.
Well, and while that may be true, however, I think what we should just do is be quiet, be respectful. If they ask us anything, be honest. Because think about who it is we're talking about, that this is all over. You know he told them straight
know.
up what happened.
All right,
And
then that
honestly,
is what
it's
we'll
the
do.
best route. I have no intention on hiding my past. Lying is not in my best strong suits, so truth is all that's going to be said.
I'm still gonna tell you to not speak unless spoken to.
And even then, be cautious.
Try not to address anyone directly.
Look at your
Or
hands.
even broadly.
Don't look at anybody, just look at your hands.
Don't talk
Uh,
to or about anyone.
Don't break Sarkesh, please.
Can we just sit here quietly, please?
No, we gotta shit on you some more.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
After I stopped hitting on you, that's really nice.
I know, it's been really peaceful lately. Like a breath of fresh air.
Well, we are locked in our room together.
Please,
Touch me and you will
Please,
look-
just don't. I don't need that in my life.
Neither do I.
Aaron might enjoy the show.
I doubt it.
Perrin has no comment.
Aaron has been quietly sitting in the corner, awaiting for this trial.
Perrin has also accepted his inevitable demise.
God damn it, Johan.
Let's just
Johan broke
please
it.
wait until the trial. I'm going to try and keep not spitting out racist remarks.
Good.
Here, I have a game. It's called the Silent Game. Practice it now, because you'll be playing for keeps later.
Dead ass?
No. But maybe
Then
some
no.
hand-holding.
Well, maybe. Alright. Alright. Alright.
A maybe is better than a no.
I wonder how long before the guards decide to arrive to take us to this trial.
Well, in response to that, the GM then decides to ask the players, it's been 4 hours. Would you like to do the trial now? Or shall we save that for 2 weeks from today?
Wait, 2 weeks?
Well, Zax is
I'd
next
like to
week,
get that over with.
and then we're back. Maybe back. I might actually be busy the next weekend.
I
It's
personally
doubtful, but-
would like to just get this over with.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the
Same.
trial, because I'm gonna be nervous about it.
I know, but that's so much more fun for me.
Can we not? Just come on.
Alright. The guards come back about a half an hour after you guys all have your very, very fun conversation. They bind your hands before leading you out. And you are all led to the main hall. You enter the main hall, and there is the king, his family, and a very few select nobles and lords sitting around. There are, you also all know, Judic is there, the High Mage is there, and there are what you assume to be other casters standing around on either side of you. As you are let in, you note that the casters are all wearing there are 2 other people. Not the casters. The casters all wear their nice robes, as they do. There are 2 other people. sitting on either side of the king and queen that are wearing these very long, black, flowing robes, and their faces are completely obscured behind it. Johann is stood in front of the king, hands and feet bound by iron manacles, tied to a chain, tied to a very heavy ball, also probably made of iron. And you all kind of all enter in and file around him. The guards then take a few steps back from the rest of you, and silence befalls the entirety of the rest of the court. The king stands up. My people, we are here because one of those that came to us has brought to my attention that he was, against his will, forced to flee from Fort Farragut, resulting in his desertion. We are here to investigate this claim and to decide what to do with him and those who are his accomplice. Johann,
Your Majesty.
please tell the court that which you remember. And he sits back down.
We were to be tried under suspicion of treason against the throne by the commander of Fort Farragut. Before we could prove our innocence at trial, we were forcibly removed from the cell and taken westward. It was a bard who took us. He put the entire fortress to sleep and then broke us out of our cells. And when I refused to leave, the decision was taken from me as I was charmed and forced to flee.
One of the robed people in black then stand up. What were your charges at Fort Farragut? And then sits back down.
The many plethora of attacks that had taken place over the course of about 2 weeks. A few orc raids, some giant attacks, fire falling from the sky, coming from the Split Summit Mountains Elemental, the death of the Master Scout, and just general plotting against the throne.
The same man rises. And how do you plead to those charges?
Innocent, Your Honor.
He kind of looks at the king and then sits down. The other one then stands up. You mentioned a bard. Who was this bard?
I'm afraid I can offer no more information than I already have. He wore leather armor, had a sword at his side, and played a flute. Beyond that, I can offer no more.
And you mentioned that this decision was the decision to leave the fort was taken from you, that you were charmed.
Yes, sir.
How were you charmed and who charmed you?
I do believe it to have been the bard, sir.
Go ahead and roll deception.
Okay, I'd like to use my inspiration to roll. That's with advantage, right?
Yep.
Okay. Didn't do oh, okay. Thank God. Thanks
useful.
fucking Christ.
He sits back down. The king then stands up. Well, the rest of you that have been brought in, his traveling companions, were you aware of this man's treachery and his story? Were you at the fort? And if so, what happened? And then he sits back down.
We were aware, and it is just as he says. We were taken in to... We were locked away. It was him, myself, and our companion, Veltari, and I motioned to her. The others were not locked away, but they were also at the fort. A bard, I assume him to be a bard. It was the first time I had ever seen him, came to our cell and had put the entire fort to sleep, and he whisked us away.
Go ahead and roll deception.
She didn't actually say anything that was a lie. Not that it fucking matters.
Yeah, that's fine. He looks over the rest of you. And does anyone else have anything to add to this?
I was the one that charmed him.
You?
Yes. I feared for our lives, for the commander was trying to pin us with these attacks when all we were doing was trying to help the fort in any way we could. I charmed him in an attempt to save his life, because I knew we weren't exactly going to fare well in a trial that was set up against us.
Cleric, have you anything to add?
That's great. I'll let think about that one. Just not sure how I want to phrase any of that stuff. We, your lordships, we did indeed fight many an orc. Out of character, I don't think I actually saw the elemental, just the shaman and the orcs. We did. Yeah, it didn't. And I didn't go back to the temple the second time, so I only know about the orcs. Or at least I only saw the orcs. But yes, we did fight many an orc, and in the chaos of everything, me and Sarkesh spent a lot of time tending to the wounded, doing what we could. Unfortunately, the Lord seemed very intent on investigating a nearby temple.
A temple?
Such that he thought to use people that were otherwise that could have been used to defend the fortress and defer them to investigating this place, which I fear led to many casualties.
So you also believe that it was the fault of the commanding officer?
Unfortunately, it is sometimes hard to command.
Noted. Paladin, have you anything to add?
I saw many orcs while I was there. Many of them seemed afraid of what was coming from the mountain. All I saw when we reached the mountain at the beginning was just powerful wind. and then dark clouds. And when we left the mountain, on our way back, there were scorch marks all through the forest. When we reached the fort, the battle had already commenced and ended, and many of the people were hurt. All I thought I would do was tend to the wounded.
So you went to the temple?
We approached it, and the winds were. I was injured pretty badly while we were there. They were as powerful as a gale from a hurricane.
So you were unable to enter the temple.
With much determination, we were able to enter, but it was dark, empty. I had heard that it had been cleared from the orcs that were within. There were many corpses. And the winds, once we left, stopped for a moment. And when we reached the fort, the night after, they sent out a contingent of recon scouts. Only one returned. The winds had gotten worse. Enough to cut through strong armor.
And none of you made any attempt to go to the temple again?
No. At the time, we were fearing for our lives. Or at least I was. I do not know what my companions were thinking at the time.
Go ahead and roll deception, because you guys did go back to the temple. Yeah?
I only went
Never went
once.
back to the temple. Not after we escaped.
He's talking about the time prior
No,
to
no.
the fires.
No. I only went once.
Yeah,
He did only
once.
go once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
know.
only went up there once,
And
the
he's-
whole group.
And he specifically said that they sent the scouts out, and when they returned, the winds had gotten worse because the winds had stopped when we went.
Mhm.
Yeah, the
The
winds
only
had
time
stopped.
he went.
Okay, well then he's gonna repeat the point. So none of you went back up to the temple then?
No, sir.
No, I was too busy attending to the wounded as they far exceeded the able-bodied.
They had asked me and Perrin to remain while we were there, not to leave, because our friends were being held. They did not explain why, but during the time we manned the wall watching, making sure nothing else was coming, and during that time, during the day, we were tending to the wounded.
So this is an open question to everyone.
This is a
Okay.
question addressed to everyone.
Okay. Sorry. No, I have not returned to the temple since I went with Sarkesh, Hale, and Vel.
I did not return to the temple.
Nor did I.
And the man sits down. Silence kind of falls over the court. You see one of the man covered with the black robes. Vel and Johan, both of you very clearly can see these blue eyes flicker from beneath the hood for but a split second. And then after that, he leans over to the Lord and whispers something into his ear. The Lord sits and he thinks for a few moments before he then stands. Veltari, would you mind charming my son? And then sits back down. You can see his son is kind of visibly, like, confused, but he stands up in his chair and braces, looking at you.
Excuse me, my lord, with all due respect. It was not Veltari that charmed Johann. It was her request that I charm him. And if you would like, I can charm your son.
No, you won't. Nat 20.
I can fucking do it.
I didn't know that.
Idiot.
I'm not gonna let you take the fall!
Very well. Charm my son.
I used a charm on his son.
Okay. Well, he's accepting of it, so it does just work.
He should be charmed now, sir.
Give him a command that he would not normally do.
Out of character, what is his name again?
You've never been introduced to his name.
If you would not mind, would you please come over here to me and shake my hand?
He stands up straight, readjusts his armor and sword, and then walks over to you and holds out his hand.
I shake his hand and I ask him kindly if he would give me a kiss on my cheek, and I lean forward.
He leans forward and graciously plants a light kiss on your cheek. The Lord then holds up his hand. Thank you.
You may go sit again.
And the son walks back over and sits down in the chair and just kind of watches everything casually. Well, is there any other amendments to your story that we should hear of?
No, sir.
Very well. So, let me get this straight. You all went to Fort Farragut. You were tasked by the commander to go about killing orcs and investigating a temple.
Yes, sir.
You all went to the temple one time and then returned and were thusly jailed.
No, sir. Point of correction. It was Veltari, myself, Perrin, and another companion named Orion who were sent from the capital to see if Fort Farragut was in need of aid. Once there, we were sent out to investigate a nearby town which had been pillaged by the orc and burnt to the ground. While there, we came across a Lakir who made mention of a temple to the north that he believed the orc were staying at. I requested with the Master Scout that we be able to go investigate. The four of us ventured to the temple and went there once. Hang on, knocks on the door. I'll be right back. I'll finish my story in a moment.
All right. So how's everyone else doing? You guys having fun tonight? Is it a good session so far? You enjoying it?
A little nervous
Nice.
here.
It was nice all the way up to the point to where
Johann
Johann
decided
decided, "Fuck all of us."
Yeah, more or
I don't
less.
know.
I'm on a steak.
I don't know what you're talking about. You guys just have the most fun with him.
God
No.
damn it, Brookie.
Okay, in all fairness, I did not know that you had charm, so that's partially on you, as well as me, so suck it.
Why do you think I would say, yeah, it was me if I wasn't able to do it?
Because you're all stupid and you all broke it.
You
Fuck off. We said we were gonna tell the truth and we're doing it.
You broke it first.
I've told all
and
the truth.
I did not lie. I have yet to lie. I just left things out by omission. She lied.
I didn't technically lie.
Ladies, please.
You lied.
I'm telling a story here.
Continue your story.
Alright. What was the last thing I had said? That we went to go investigate the temple, the 4 of
Mhm.
us? Okay. While investigating the temple... Okay, thanks for waiting until I was talking. Anyways, while we were investigating the temple, I killed an orc shaman atop a pillar, which we later discovered on our second visit was used to appease the air elemental who resided there. So the 4 of us ventured to the temple the once. We returned. We were tasked by the Master Scout with dealing with a group of bandits known as the Red Raptors and their leader, Avenger Einhart, in an attempt to return him to his family. But we were able to sort things out with them, and they now work with the military to protect those small cities in that area who the military simply doesn't have the manpower to protect on their own. Afterwards is when I met up with Hale and Sarkesh. During that encounter, Orion was killed when he resisted the bandits. But it was only afterwards that I met Hale and Sarkesh. And Perrin went off to, well, I still haven't figured that out, Your Honor, but he went off on his own at that point. And the 4 of us returned to the temple and appeased the air elemental, and then returned back to the fort, where we met back up with Perrin, and the story is as you have heard. But the 5 of us were not originally together, and we have separated multiple times. But other than that, thus far as you have recounted the story, it is correct.
So, what happened the second time at the temple?
The air elemental who resides there began calling down a maelstrom, and as we believe it to have possibly shifted allegiances away from the Empire and towards the Orc, but I have no proof of this, merely an Orc journal which alludes to it. So we climbed the pillars and began praying to appease it. And we believed that we had settled its wants and desires as we left the temple, as the winds that Perrin had mentioned before, or that Sarkesh had mentioned before, had stopped completely, and the temple was entirely accessible.
Thank you, Johan.
I give a deep bow.
It seems to me that you all have found yourself in a very extraordinary circumstance. I have one final question before I begin my deliberation. Do any of you know the name of this quite powerful bard who managed to put the entire fort to sleep?
I believe his name was Pilfrith, but I'm not entirely certain.
Pilfrith, you say?
Yes.
I think she is correct. I think I heard it 2 or 3 times on the way out of Fort Farragut.
I can't say I was paying much attention as I was being pulled away.
He was being a child.
He wasn't exactly someone that any of us knew personally. we stumbled across him in a clearing, and he seemed to just do just whatever he pleased at the time, following his whims. So
A
This
clearing,
was
you
the
say?
first I ever encountered.
So, this wasn't your first encounter with him then, Veltari?
it wasn't, but our first encounter with him was brief. We just heard him playing his flute in a clearing, stumbled across him, and were curious.
I thank you all for your time. I will now begin deliberations. And the king then gets up, and his family all also arise, as well as the adjudicators near him, and they all exit. You are all then taken back out into the holding room that you were initially in. They remove your bindings. They don't give you your weapons or anything back yet. And they put all of you back into this room while the Lord mulls over this curious case he has come.
Including Johan?
Yeah, including me,
including
because I was...
Johan.
Okay.
The
And we're
door,
left alone now?
the door obviously locks behind you.
Swift glare towards Johan.
I
Yeah.
sit down and meditate.
Okay.
Vel, why would you lie? I thought you said we were to tell the truth.
As far as I'm concerned, I didn't lie. You did it because I asked you to. And even if you hadn't charmed him, I was going to have Sarkesh drag him out of that cell. He was coming with us.
All the same, and
I
with all
wasn't
this-
going to let an innocent man die.
I understand this, but it was not just your decision, it was mine as well. And I can't let you take the full fault for it.
You all could have let me take the fall for it.
Or you could have just not turned yourself in.
My eyes.
That would have been great.
I admit we would have been caught sooner or later. The Empire's reach goes all the way to Necross.
I don't know if you recall this, Hale, but the hallway you admitted we were wanted criminals in yesterday was not just the two of us standing there.
I admit I was oblivious to the passerbys, and I apologize. I don't tend to always take note of my surroundings, which I probably should more often. All the same, though, you had mentioned you were leaving before I did that, and the reason I asked and did that was because I had a sneaking suspicion you were going to pull something like this.
Yes, and the plan was to do something like this away from you four. I was actually hoping you would leave the city beforehand.
There was
Yes,
still
because
more
we
work to
didn't
be
leave
done.
without you before. We were going to do that now.
Technically,
Sounds
I was
reasonable.
not in the city.
Speaking of, Sarkesh, where were you?
I've been training to try and fight the undead in a better way than I have before.
Oh, that's useful. Thanks for letting us know.
I figured you all had your own things you were doing, so I was going to try and find a way to make myself more useful.
To
Well-
be fair, you had ample time. You could have told me.
I know you and how you enjoy your work, your research. I
Still
did
would
not.
have been handy information.
At any rate, I guess all we have to do now is to wait our judgment.
That always has been and always will be the plan. So,
Well, I begin praying. Since I still have my amulet, thank God.
Thank the gods.
Yes.
thank the your God, who you never name. Despite all of us knowing who you worship.
It's good, right? So, you all just
Thank-
wait.
Yep.
Okay. Malaysia sits in the corner and glares at Johan on occasion.
I mimic in her general direction.
Good.
What is that?
Don't worry about it.
Nothing.
I'm worried about it. What is it?
Don't worry about it. So, after a few hours, you are all sitting in there, kind of just stewing, worried, nervous. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. The door opens, and in walks the Son of the Lord, as well as a few guards and the two cloaked men from before. They enter. Some of the palace guards bring in seats, and they sit on the seats and address the Lord, the Son of the Lord, because Richard is tongue-tied after 4.5 hours, addresses you all. Well, that went better than I expected. It had some rocky moments. But I've talked to my father, and he has decided that in lieu of executing all of you, you will work to pay off your treachery toward the Empire.
That is very gracious of you.
So we were found guilty then?
Only have 2 charges.
Might I inquire which?
You were found guilty of disturbing the Empire, as my father believes that Bard to be a friend of yours, though he will be looking for this Pilferth. And the mass disruption of Fort Farragut cannot be something that is overlooked. And though you were charmed, and it was not your fault, he does hold both you and Veltari, and Halasia, or guilty of abandoning your duty toward the military.
Well, if I may, sir, the verdict has already been rendered, but I would like to point out that Halasia does not work for the military, and Veltari was merely contracted to perform a duty which she had already completed at the time. I am, and remain, the only deserter.
It is not about her desertion. She is not a deserter. She forced you to desert. That is a crime. It is also a
Understood, my
crime,
lord.
and he looks at Hale, to charm people against their consent. And I ask you to practice discretion, Dryad. And you as well, Fiendkin, in the future.
Yes, sir. I do only try to use it when it is necessary.
My father hasn't told me how long he will be keeping you all in service, but it'll probably be a while from what he's been saying.
How many of my possessions do I actually have on me at the moment?
Probably your clothes and, like, anything that's really not threatening that you could, like,
So I
hold
would
in
have
your
my
hand.
scout insignia?
No, they probably would have taken that from you.
Okay. Fair enough. So, either way. If I may, my lord, I'd like to make this official. So as not to come across this again in the future, I would like to give an official resignation from the Aladar Imperial Army, so that I may wander freely once my service is complete.
He nods. That is fair. It will be done. I will inform the colonel of your resignation, and I'm sure he will accept it.
Thank you kindly.
Is there any other questions that any of you have?
Our first job is my main question.
Yes.
What are we to be doing in our first official duty?
That is for my father to decide, and he hasn't told me yet. It sounds like you will be aiding the witchery in whatever they need as they go about the quest that you set them on. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
When will we
Currently,
have?
My apologies. Continue.
I was gonna ask when we'll have our armor and weapons back.
Once my father has decided the totality of your sentence.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question.
Yes.
Has anyone seen a mouse that appears to be wearing a small collar with a bead on it?
He looks over to the other people. So we're done then?
I'm going to assume that was a no.
We are, Your Highness.
He stands up, and the procession leaves the room, taking
Before he
their
leaves,
chairs.
I'd like to reach my hand out for a handshake, seeing as last time I was in manacles.
He looks at your hand for a second, then looks back at you, and then takes your hand and gives you a firm handshake.
I appreciate all you've done for me, my lord.
And then with that, he turns and leaves. As he's exiting, Vel, you see that Judic was in the procession, and as he's leaving, he kind of leans over to you and he's like, "I'll ask if anyone's seen about the mouse," and then walks out.
Thank you.
The door is closed, and again, locked. And I think that's where we're going to end tonight.
I can agree to this because I need to go home.
Yeah.
That was fun. Went much better than I expected. Goodbye.
It went about exactly as I
Experience,
expected, but it had a better ending.
Yeah.
And before anybody gets mad at me, all I did was not lie like I was supposed to.
Experience.
That was the agreement.
Brooklyn. No.
Exactly what.
Experience before you leave.
Oh, yeah, that.
That's true. That is experience before you leave. Everyone can put down 650 experience for today. Zach and Brittany, I'll have to talk to you guys outside of the game sometime.
Okay.
And that's it as far as I can remember.
Alright, I'm gonna go. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, wait. Depending on
I already
things
said bye.
next